To everybody hitting the Trump administration, from Hegseth over at the Department of War to Cash and Dan at the FBI, they're resurrecting this whole idea that Trump's health is poor. He's fallen asleep. Oh, he looks sick. What's up with the MRI? Trump talked about this yesterday. Listen.
But you always find something new, like, is he in good health? Biden was great, but is Trump in good health? I sit here, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. I give the right answers. There's never a scandal. There's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. You go back and you can't find anything, but you do stories about Biden was in wonderful health. The guy didn't do a news conference for 8 months. If I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a news conference, there's something wrong with the president. You people.
Yeah, it's a joke, and you saw it all day yesterday. He was sleeping during the cabinet meeting. He looks down. He's looking around. He's looking down. It's just so stupid. But anyway, you know that. One thing about being healthy, Texas Superfood to the rescue. I have been taking this with regularity during the cold and flu season and all the traveling that I've been doing this year. And I've done a lot, including yesterday. I packed my Texas Superfood with me. I take this a couple times a day. 55 vine-ripened fruits and vegetables, all packed into these capsules, along with probiotics and natural enzymes, to help boost your immune system from the inside out. You and I do not get enough vegetables and fruits in our diet. We just don't. I certainly don't. I don't even really like eating them. So listen, they've put all of this chock-a-block packed tight in these capsules at TexasSuperfood.com. Use my name, Chris, as your discount code, and you're going to get this first big bottle for 35% off. Boost your immune system. It's been working well for me so far. Knock wood. I'm feeling great. TexasSuperfood.com, discount code Chris. We'll see you tomorrow.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, Rhett Rasmussen of BestHotGrill.com. Step up your grilling game.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
An anonymous donor in Texas who paid off all the outstanding school lunch debt for students makes today's Dean's List. Taylor Independent School District from Tyler, Texas, shared the news in a post on social media saying a generous Taylor resident has paid off all current lunch balances across TISD. We're so grateful for this amazing act of kindness. Officials wouldn't reveal how much money was needed to cover the debt, but the donor wanted to keep their name quiet. The school district also expressed how important the program is and that every child is served a meal no matter what their balanced meal status. The post went viral across the community and with so many messages of gratitude and positive feedback. One person wrote, "Thank you, whoever you are. May blessings come your way." Another added, "Kindness is contagious. Let's spread it every day like this wonderful person." Janice Dean, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
The Pentagon's watchdog weighs in on Lisa Brady, Fox News. A report delivered to Capitol Hill on the use of a Signal group chat earlier this year to discuss sensitive information on a military strike.
According to well-placed sources familiar with the Inspector General report on Signalgate, the Pentagon acting Inspector General, after a months-long investigation, concluded Secretary Pete Hegseth, quote, created risk to operational security, and his actions, sharing operational details before the strike was complete on the commercially available app Signal, quote, could have resulted in failed U.S. mission objectives and potential harm to U.S. pilots.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin. Hegseth has denied discussing war plans or classified information in that chat, which inadvertently included a reporter. An unclassified version of the watchdog report expected to be released this week. A partisan split during a House hearing on violent rhetoric toward police.
While Republicans and most of the witnesses were focused on what anti-police rhetoric means for law enforcement safety and also recruitment, Democrats like California Congressman Lou Correa said the real problem right now is ICE.
Agents wearing plain clothes, masks, don't identify themselves. Some of those people that have been apprehended are U.S. citizens. I know. I've talked to them.
But Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association Director Michael Hughes said ICE officers have faced an 1,100% increase in assaults.
These are staggering numbers that reflect the very real dangers officers face simply for carrying out the laws that Congress has enacted.
The head of the Sheriff's Association demanded people stop calling officers Nazis and the Gestapo.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. Police in Prince George's County, Maryland, say they believe a deadly shooting was targeted in a food court at the MGM National Harbor Hotel and Casino. One person was killed, another injured. No word on any arrests. America is listening to Fox News.
Start your day with our Spam or Bacon Wraps, perfectly grilled and packed to go. Or taste the twist on a classic with the KFC Colonel's Musubi in original and Zinger flavors. Hungry for more? Dig into the KFC Colonel's Big Platter. Sausage, egg, biscuit, and crispy hash brown. All in one hearty plate. Pair it with our premium Lavazza coffee or the refreshing zest of the new KFC Calamansi juice. Breakfast has never been this exciting. Only at KFC Breakfast. So good, so breakfast.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
A Chicago area police officer detained by ICE in October is back on the job.
ICE says Officer Radule Boyevich was arrested because he allegedly overstayed his tourist visa and was living in the U.S. illegally for 10 years. But 2 weeks after his arrest on October 15th, Boyevich was released on bond and has now been rehired as a police officer for Hanover Park, a Chicago suburb. The police department saying, quote, given that his bond was not contested and he remains authorized to work by the federal government, the Hanover Park Police Department determined that he may work.
Fox's Brian Yanes. However, the Department of Homeland Security calling it deranged for the judge to release the officer and vowing to pursue legal options, including possible criminal charges. The U.S. boosting a reward in the search for a transnational gang leader.
The State Department is now offering $5 million for information that brings Tren de Aragua's Giovanni Vicente Mosquera Serrano into custody. He's currently on the FBI's 10 most wanted list and is believed to oversee financial and drug trafficking operations within the gang. This year, Mosquera Serrano has been indicted twice in the Southern District of Texas, both times for international cocaine trafficking conspiracy. The second indictment was also for providing material support to a foreign terrorist organization, a designation put on Tren de Aragua by the State Department last February. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
An hour to the close, the Dow's up 468 points despite a disappointing jobs report.
Payroll processor ADP says the economy lost jobs for the third time in 4 months in November when businesses cut 32,000 jobs. That's the biggest decline since spring of 2023.
Fox's Lillian Wu. The federal government's latest jobs report is delayed by the recent government shutdown. Elise Brady, Fox News.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team!
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Wakey, wakey, Guam. It's time to rise, shine, and dine at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with our breakfast faves, like the Morning Melt Panini, savory breakfast burrito, or sausage, egg, and cheese English muffin. Or are you looking for some local flavor? Choose one of our local breakfast platters, like the Biggie Breakfast Platter. It's hearty, filling, and packed with island goodness. Start your day with Guam's best value for breakfast, only at Wendy's. Head on over today.
It's back. Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from November 17th to December 31, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply.
Confident. Good morning, Guam at 6:06 on Thursday, the 4th of December. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A crash involving a school bus and an SUV in Manila yesterday injured 5 individuals. The accident occurred around 3:20 on Route 15 near Palomares Drive as the bus was stopped to unload students. GPD reported an SUV traveling behind the bus lost control, drove off the road, and then struck the bus. A male minor exiting the bus was struck, causing him to fall. He was transported to GMH. 4 other individuals, including 3 minors and 1 adult, were treated at the scene. GPD is continuing to investigate the crash. Meanwhile, the victim of a fatal 2-vehicle collision on Tuesday has been identified as 37-year-old Francisco Roberto Agigi. His car was being pursued by Port Police on Route 1 in PD when he struck a van, then hit a concrete utility pole. Officers later found meth, a pistol, and ammunition in his vehicle. Agigi was pronounced dead at 12:39, marking Guam's 19th traffic fatality this year. 5 other people in the van sustained non-fatal injuries. The Highway Patrol Division is continuing to investigate the open case. We'll have more news after this.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow our working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
There's a boil water notice for parts of Zotnya. GWA says tests on Monday found fecal coliform and E. coli in the area's water supply. These bacteria can cause sickness and pose higher risks for infants, young children, and people with weak immune systems. Residents should boil water for 3 minutes before drinking, cooking, making ice, brushing teeth, or washing dishes. GWA says the contamination may be tied to heavy runoff, a break in the system, or a treatment issue. Crews flushed the system and confirmed chlorine levels and pressure, but one sample is still not clear. GWA is conducting a level 2 assessment to find the source of the contamination and will notify the public when the water is safe. And Guam's tourism industry is piloting an island-wide digital concierge system to enhance the visitor experience. GHRA President Mary Rhodes announced the initiative at a tourism forum on Tuesday. The system, developed with GVB, will be accessible via both touch screen kiosks and an updated Taste Guam mobile app. The resource will unify information on landmarks, optional tours, dining, and local events, consolidating data from various industry websites. The pilot kiosk has launched at the Hyatt. The goal is to install at least 2 kiosks in all major hotels, restaurants, and retail outlets to promote more of Guam's offerings. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Can you listen to the broadcast of 93.3 The Point in the morning show on those kiosks? Is it possible? If so, I will continue to support that idea. Our rule here is any screen, anytime. And if there's a screen out there that somebody can touch, by all means, go ahead and press the button and listen to us and our important commentary on the day's events here. 10 after 6 o'clock in the morning. All right, important commentary. How about the weather? Partly sunny today with daytime highs of about 87 degrees. Easterly winds up to about 15 miles an hour. Might see some gusts as high as 18 today, knocking stuff down all over the place. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are threatened for Guam in the evening forecast. Mostly cloudy with overnight lows of about 79 degrees, winds 9 to 11 miles an hour. Let me see if I can get the satellite imagery up on the screen so that you can see why they believe that there might be some threat of showers and thunderstorms a little bit later on in the evening. Yeah, it's all that chop over to the southwest of the island. We'll get details from Landon a little bit later on. For tomorrow during the day, scattered showers and thunderstorms, partly sunny skies, daytime highs of about 85 degrees. Joe, it's tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Friday.
Tomorrow's Friday. It's going to be
Cinco
awesome.
de December.
It's Flying Friday for Ray. Details coming up tomorrow night. Partly cloudy skies and overnight lows 79 degrees. Saturday, mostly sunny with isolated showers. Perfect shore weather, perfect shopping weather. Highs near 88 degrees. With a heat index, it'll feel like 92 today, about a 20% chance of rain. With all the wind blowing around, that's been causing some rip currents and high surf advisories. Check before you get wet. It should be the rule if you're going in the water. Make sure you know how to get out of it. Sunrise this morning, not for another, 20 minutes here. 6:30 is when the sun is supposed to be coming up. Sunset tonight should be about 5:52. Hashtag tell the others. There it is, news and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for over 70 years.
Breathe easy this Christmas with Carrier Guam. Keep your home merry, bright, and fresh with our XL Air Purifier. Now just $265 while supplies last. With 3-in-1 filters and LED air quality monitoring, it's the perfect gift of clean air for your family. Visit Carrier Guam in Harmon Industrial Park behind Kmart or call 671-647-2665. Carrier, your local source for comfort and quality this holiday season. Carrier Guam, turn to the experts this Christmas.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
I got it. 6:12 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show also being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And Kim and Ron and all the beautiful people over at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Speaking of beautiful people, there's Viv Larson on the line. It's a bee lady. Viv is hanging out, and it looks like somewhere at the bottom of the Alps. But she went running up to the top of the hill and then right back down, grabbing some kind of fruit or something like that in her hand. Thank you, bee man Dennis Larson, continuing to think about Guam and sending pictures of what looks like cold places. Not snowy yet, but the outfit that she's wearing right now basically says it's freezing out here. Let's go inside and find something warm, and maybe inside that bell tower on the screen. Pretty as a postcard. We need one of those things here on Guam. That's what yeah. That's that.
Should it lean a little bit?
Forget the hospitality. forget the hotels and the high tech concierge stuff and all of that. We just need stuff like this to make people want to get on an airplane and come and fly out and visit us. Casino, forget about that. We just need to have pretty things like this dotting the landscape out there. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. It's a Thursday morning, and there's going to be a Friday Friday vibe here in the program because I'm not working tomorrow. I'm going to go and escort Shelly out of the Philippines back to Guam. Will take me most of the weekend to get there, and busy enough for Philippine Airlines. They're just absolutely. I don't know what's going on in the Philippines this weekend, but they said that all of the planes back and forth between here and Manila were jam-packed over the weekend, which is why I got to leave a day early. Back on Tuesday, back on the air on Wednesday. So tomorrow, Charlie Hermosa. Monday and Tuesday, Charlie Hermosa. He'll take you through the morning show, along with Real Joe, who will get the phone for me today, but likewise get the phone for Charlie Hermosa into the weekend. Is that so? 888-825-888-TALK is the telephone number. It makes a light blink in the studio. It makes Joe crazy, so he's got to pick it up. He's manic until he figures out why that light is blinking at him. It's usually somebody like you wants to talk about something that I said or something that Donna read in the news, and we'll get that commentary on the air. It's absolutely free and a part of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights of the United States of America. You do have a freedom of speech here at the radio station. There'll be no censoring here today. I want to say in a brogue accent, but I forgot. So if you got something that you want, there's a bunch of different ways to get it to us. Like I said, 888-8255. Mean Machine is online, 797-8255. You got the number for that. Jeff over at Pirates Cove awaiting sunrise this morning and sending pictures of not random folks walking up and down his beach, but folks getting some exercise on the eastern side of the island. Sun up in about 14 minutes. It will break the plane, and he'll send some more stuff, give you an idea of what things are going to be like over on the eastern side of the island on a Thursday morning. Then there's how else can you do this? Oh, you leave messages in the Facebook side and the YouTube side. I'll be checking on those over the course of the morning and see if there's any interesting conversation that you are having amongst each other on the Point Familia on Facebook and YouTube, and maybe some of that will get on the air if the possibility exists that I run out of something to talk about here in the program. Unlikely, although Donna is at the point now where she's noting what stories. I didn't tell you Donna's story the other day. So I'm sitting at my desk, and getting the prep ready for the program, and just agonizing over what stories I'm going to include as I think about how we're going to start the day, and then the phone goes off. Not a telephone call. Nobody calls anymore. Donna sent a message to me that said, "You need to open the door for me. Come and open the door." And I'm like, "What's going on?" She's apparently there was a lizard on the door.
It was on. You saw it when you left. It was on the wall.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, "Oh my God, please stay on the wall."
Right.
But it's like it knew, right? So when I sat there thinking, okay, I need to
gonna
grab
move
all my
to the
stuff.
door. It's gonna move
and
to-
it did. So
and
I grabbed a water bottle. I tried to splash it away, and it went into like the crevice of the door. I'm like, damn, I can't get in now.
That's it. I'll do it from home. I'll do the news from home. I
What am I
can't
gonna
come in.
do?
There's a lizard in your zip code. Please do something about it. That was, and so I got up, and I never saw a lizard or anything like that. But when you've got phobias like Donna does, you can see them in the dark. You can see them with a special X-ray vision that she has. Anyway, that's my funny Donna story. She's going to take care of news and headlines for us all morning long, and you might have a couple of repeats because honestly, it's December and there's not much going on. A lot of the movers and shakers and headline makers are out and doing other things, and maybe doing a little bit of traveling as I'm going to be doing over the weekend. So there's just not that much going on. But as I said, there's enough interesting things that are floating around. I think I might be able to kill 4 hours of it here this morning. So yeah. So is Donna, Real Joe? Okay, I think I've just about introduced everybody that needs the introduction, right? All right, groovy. We'll move into something else. We got a couple of surprise appearances on the Facebook side and the YouTube side, so we'll get to all of these surprises here right about now.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, Okay, with an update on the weather, B-Man Dennis Larson says it is 55 degrees where they are right now.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's like inside.
Shorts weather, Joe.
Yeah.
Shorts weather, as they say. Okay, at number one on the gizmo here, it says Smug Wimp says buenas. Then half a day to everybody, followed by EOD Kaboom. Nice to see you there. Absolutely great, Dad. Stephen Leves Amagwin says, good morning, Guam. Let's go for casino gaming in Guam. Wow. Getting heavy here. Lori with a Y. Duenas hanging out. Auntie Bennett, Lujan, Duenas start. Auntie Bennett she says, wow, Ray Gibson, is something wrong? Did something bump out in your feed there, Auntie Bennett? Anyway, she's online saying good morning to all of her favorite Democrats and not to or all of her favorite Republicans. And I was going to say the one or two Democrats that she can tolerate, but as it turns out, she can't tolerate Democrats at all. There it is. And so buenas to Jerome McDonald from Lori with the Y. Duenas. There's plenty more where that came from. Jerome says, good morning, Guam, Ray, Donna D, and Real Joe. What's the weather forecast where you're at, buddy? Joe Kai saying, morning, Woostig neighbors and Picas Manticas best. That would be you. Let me see. I got Auntie Bennett saying, vote Tony Adda for Republican governor, E.J. Calvo for Republican lieutenant governor in 2026. Have not yet heard about any other special announcements coming from the Republican Party, and not a whole lot by way of other special announcements coming from the team of Josh and question mark.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But
Silhouette.
That may get closed up before too much longer. We're all strong because of Eric Chung, Felix Bumba, Hava Ken Augustin says, hey, man, Nana Kohulu. Nice to get you online. Let me see Jessica S.E. Cruz with her morning greeting, Mushy Mushy. Hanone, Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
It's true. He says, good afternoon, JM. Let me see. Ken Augustin, like I said. Nick Perlaw. Oh, my God. Nick Perlowski is online. One of my favorite growlers of all time, saying happy 43rd anniversary to my loving wife, Melissa. And Melissa was a classmate of mine when I first entered.
What's the secret?
St. Anthony's School. 43. You just say yes. Whatever, unless the answer is no. Then just say yes. Yes, honey. Yes, dear, whatever
blink,
you say.
Hey, bro, blink.
Happy
blink
wife,
twice.
happy life. That's all you need to do. And Nick, when I see you, if you make this hand gesture, I'll know what's going on here. Who else is in the machine? Anna Marie Pello-Bello hanging out. Good to see you online. Elizabeth Mendiola too. Happy Eve of Friday, says Ken Augustin. Stephen Liz says we can attract more tourists if... Oh, my God, he's got a 9-point list. Shall we?
Now let's do that.
All right. Number one, fix our roads. They're working on it. I see road construction on a frequent basis. They're taking care of some of the downward slope parts of Route 8 over by the what remains of the old Rainbow Supermarket in that area, and kind of on the way to Venue. They're working on, and it's mostly on the way up. And it's kind of infuriating to me because they're doing it in little patches. I'm a Route 8 guy. I'm a Route 8 MTM guy, and my general commute will take me up the road, past Venue, past the old Pokey Fry, and as you make your way past the Laundromat, was it 24-hour Suds place or whatever, that would be a good time to now get into the outside lane. But there's a steel plate on the outside lane that's been there for something like, I don't know, most of the administration
That's
that we're in right
now,
now.
Ray.
I know it is. So I try to stay in the middle lane. And then as I get close to it, kind of veer over the lip of that steel plate so I can get to the outside lane and make that turn down 7 Alpha. I'm just wondering, if you guys are going to get around to doing that, because you've got fresh blacktop and markers over most of the rest of Route 8. When are you going to get to that? Or is it one of those WF, Ray Gibson shorthand for waiting for? Is there somebody over at the Department of Parks DPW, GWA that needs to go over there and fix something? I don't know. It says we can attract more tourists if we fix the road, install more street lights, clean our public restrooms, and make it available for everyone. Park police can help monitor all of that, lower the hotel occupancy tax, get rid of all the eyesores like the abandoned vehicles, especially on Marine Corps Drive, maintain park areas, dependable, affordable public transportation. I'm about ready to give up on the concept around here. It's just the only reason why there's even bus stops is so sure the homeless people have got someplace to sleep. Otherwise, it just feels like a glorified and expensive taxi service. Visibility of police officers, more of those kinds of things. And then he says, revisit this plan, and then he's got a link to something else. He's got a couple of other points that he's going to make. Good job there, Steve. You ought to run for something, would you?
Yeah.
Just make some noise or get hired by somebody at the legislature. Oh, my God, it goes on for another 45 minutes. I can't read everything. Jerome McDonald, Nate Horn. Oh, my God, Jay Rojas is online, Joe. This is happy birthday to Donna D. There's his greeting for the amazing and incredible Jay Rojas. Are you back in town? Man, you know what? I should stay here. Jay, how come you aren't going to the Philippines and fetch Shelly? That would have been ultimate cool, dude. Jay Rojas, Shelly Gibson, and Books and Leia. That's an incomparable team. Take over everything. Let me see who else is playing in the machine. Ron Castro online. There's Nate Horn, Jerome McDonald, Loren. Michelle says, "Good morning, Point family." Well, good morning, right back at you. JB St. Nicholas sending good morning wishes to everybody. Is there a countdown coming up? I got a feeling there is. Tony and Annette and Pinko added. You know, Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last. Vice Speaker Tony Adder.
She's amazing.
Yeah. And Pika's best funeral home director. The guy.
Good morning, Auntie.
Good to have you online. JB St. Nicholas, here's the countdown. 20 days, 17 hours, 52 minutes between now and the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus H. Christ,
That's
best
right.
president ever. Gerald Young is in the machine. Oh, Jerome saying good morning to Loren. Hi. While Ray Gibson says Auntie Bennett, and Dennis Larson speaking in a different language here. Buongiorno, point a tutti. A tutti sounds like a word they use over at Capricciosa when they're doing somebody's birthday.
Yeah, I think it is.
I think, right?
It's part of, that's where he learned
come
it.
out there and they sing.
That's where he learned all his Italian.
They sing the copyright-free version of Happy Birthday in another language. I don't know if you have to do that anymore, but that's cool. Guam can be the next Las Vegas in the Pacific, attracting the Asian countries, says Jerome McDonald, to which Smug Wimp says, just like Saipan did. Ha, ha, ha. Joey and Vanji Gotwi, when Roe, good morning, Guam. Have a great day. You too, sweetheart. Now, let me see. You got Smug Wimp says, we have that down in Yamatic. What's that? Dennis Larson, our local church in Fara San Martino. That's a mandarin orange from our tree on the terrace. Very nice. Safe travels, my friend, forever, says Dennis, the one and only Ray Gibson. I will be careful. Trust me. Take care of Shelly for me, says Jay Rojas. Simon Sanchez says, safe travels, Ray. Bring Shelly home for Christmas. No, more important than Christmas, I got to bring her home by her birthday. Which is in between here and Christmas. Let me see.
Wow.
Stephen Blake says there's a lizard in your pants. Careful. Steve, do not joke with Donna about lizards. She will leave and never, ever come back. Let me see. Hey, there's Ate Lorna Anikas, one of my running buddies, and maybe the luckiest lady in running of like all time. It's a rare occasion.
What did she win?
Everything. It's a rare occasion that she does not come out of a 5K without winning one of the big prizes too, and tons of Bank of Guam bags and umbrellas and stuff like that. But it's absolutely lucky, and my very good friend, and hopefully some of that rubs off on me in the next couple of races we got coming up. 2025. Where did it go? Is it time that we do that? I always threaten to do the end of the year report and go over all the big stories, all the top stuff that we were talking about that was agitating, and maybe some good news and happy stuff that came out in 2025. It'll give me something to look at on the airplane. I'll take a look and see. Generally, though, I will start with a look at my photo folders on the phone and go back to the beginning of the year and just kind of flip through it, and because that's where some of the good times are. That's where some of the good times are. If you get around to feeling a little bit depressed and clouded over with some of the crazy issues, the thing on Simon Sanchez or Hard Rock Cafe going away and T Galleria and all that, go back to the beginning of the year where we were a little bit more confident and a little bit more adventurous about what the year was going to unfold for us. Jesse Nanette Aurelio Pareda Zan Ismail Velez says small, unjammable drones controlled by fiber optic cables have become so integral that Russian and Ukraine combat operations that they're leaving trails of cabling everywhere, turning areas of the battlefield into a tangled web. As a counter to extensive electronic warfare, fiber optic drones are becoming increasingly prevalent on both sides, and with sprawling cables stretched across the battlefield, soldiers are moving with greater caution. As you might imagine, wait until they figure out how to put some barbed wire on that and turn it into real tanglefoot. Sir E says, we used to have empires run by emperors. We have kingdoms run by kings. Now we have countries run by whoa there, sir. Easy now, big one. Lou Mendiola saying, good morning, Guam. Alicia Duenas Anderson is there. There's Joe Dees on. And Ismail says, you know how you maintain the roads? By keeping GWA from busting up brand new roads, leaving bigger potholes than were there before. There needs that's drawn and quartered punishment style, right? That's the kind of stuff that you bring back the punishment technology from like the Middle Ages for something like that. Just try to sort it out. You see the construction going on. We know that the guys are going to be out there laying down some new asphalt, and wait until all of that is done, and then somebody's got to go and we got a busted pipe. We got to run a new lateral or something like that, and they break it up, and it never gets fixed the way it's supposed to be. Auntie Bennett says, you still in Korea? But I don't know if she's asking. Anyway, Alicia Duenas Anderson is there. Jose Martinez says, great article in the Federalist. Oh, my God, he's magazine dropping. Name dropping, book dropping, magazine dropping. Hey, there's a wonderful article in the Federalist. I don't know if you've seen it this morning. Says, we can thank the Russia collusion punks for the Ukraine-Russian war. It's another conspiracy theory affirmed. All right, send me a link. Maybe I'll see it. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King online over here, saying good morning to everybody. Anna Lizama, Dennis Larson, B-Man says, another ice head almost killing innocent people. Darwin theory in full effect. Jeff Pleadwell says, bring back the poker machines. Wow, that's okay.
There you go, the one-arm bandit. That's what we need.
Nickel machines, they used to, I want to say they used to have those. What's that? More from Eddie Cruz says, have a day, Guam. Hope 2026 will be more prosperous and that Lou will award badly needed repairs on our highways and public structures. Eddie, from what I know, it's not a question of the awards. It's just that there's not enough people. We don't have enough bodies to do the work between military construction, other civilian construction. Where you start talking to guys over at Black and Hawaiian Rock about coming and knocking in some new roads with all the equipment that they have, they just don't seem to have enough guys to get that done. Stephen Liz says, yes, legalize all forms of gambling since GovGuam is already generating funds from the exempted gambling activities. And Jose asking, was there a glitch in the matrix for anyone or just me? Gonna need to explain that. Tattoo Shauna Fujikawa Stickles sending out her good morning wishes to us. No caffeine. I'm not getting any caffeine or Christmas tree energy from her at this time. Perhaps a little bit later on, 6:31 in the morning. The WhatsApp is on. Sorry, not the WhatsApp, but the YouTube is on Top Chat. I don't want just Top Chat. I want to hear from everybody. Tommy Napati on this side said, good morning, Ray, Joe, and Donna D, Guam, USA. Rudy Rodolfo lurking here as well. MP Ogo, that's the adult supervision for YouTube. Tattoo Sean Gumatata saying, good morning from Telefu. Stephen Klein sending his good morning wish. Guam retirees says, good morning, Guam. Casino gaming is great for Guam. It is great during Liberation Day festivities. It will be great all year round. Ron Castro saying good morning to the Pointers. More from Guam retirees. This is how much GovGuam collected for limited gaming fund, $1 million.08 for FY 2026. More from Bad Boy 671 Guam. Leslie St. Nicholas saying good morning to the Point Familia. Got some more like that. By all means, go ahead and leave the things up on the machines, and I'll take a look at them as the course of the morning continues. Getting to that a little bit early, and I'm trying to figure out what this is all about. It seems like kind of, I don't know, passive-aggressive. Got this from Crystal Paco San Augustin yesterday. Normally, it's attached to a video of Governor Lulian Guerrero, trying to figure out how many more spears she's going to throw, how many darts that she's going to throw over at the legislature for not giving her what she wants out in Manila. But this is different. Today, the release that came out yesterday is DPW reaffirms transparency and integrity in Simon Sanchez procurement, releases full documentation for public confidence. Were there questions that were floating around? I mean, we get it. I get it. Whenever you've got big procurement out there, somebody is going to win and the loser is going to complain. That's the way it is, and that's the way it has always been since, I don't know, about forever, especially when we're talking about, as I said, big projects like Simon Sanchez and several $1 million that are at stake in its reconstruction, et cetera. The Department of Public Works today reaffirmed its commitment to a transparent, lawful, and accountable procurement process for the long-awaited Simon Sanchez High School rebuild. In an unprecedented step to assure the public, DPW has posted the complete procurement record and evaluation documents used in the selection of the highest-ranked proposer. Those documents are available at dpw.guam.gov/procurement-3. Vince Arreola emphasized the procurement followed every requirement of Guam law, was reviewed by multiple agencies, and included legal oversight from the Office of the Attorney General throughout its development. We want the public to see the process for themselves. Every step, every score, every compliance check is documented. We remain fully confident in the integrity and fairness of this procurement. What are there accusations floating around? Are there insinuations floating around here about the way that procurement was done? Seems a little. I appreciate the proactivity on the procurement. Maybe this is something that everybody should be doing. I think if to stand on integrity and transparency in the government of Guam, maybe all procurement needs to be out there and in a downloadable form. Can we also, in the interest of transparency and accountability and integrity, can we also get all of the procurement paperwork for all of the sole source procurement that took place in this administration, all of the emergency procurement that took place in this administration? Certainly.
Nobody got time for that.
Oh, it's okay. We'll feed it to AI. Is what we'll do. We'll feed the thing into artificial intelligence, and we'll see how transparent everything is, and how faithful to integrity and accuracy all of the procurement processes were back in those days. I challenge you. Put it out there. 6:35 in the morning. Donna with a look at news and headlines to see if she's got anything interesting here. Donna, what's going on? What's the big stories?
GDOE Superintendent Eric Swanson opposes adding a second student to Southern High School accessibility lawsuit over elevator access. The initial suit was filed by a student with cerebral palsy. Swanson argues a functioning elevator is now available and the new student's claim is different. Defense lawyers reject the claim that the elevator is fully operational. Meanwhile, Guam held a state memorial service yesterday for former GIGO Commissioner Antonio Acosta Calvo, who died on November 8th. At 98 years old. Calvo, also known as Uncle Ning, served three terms as commissioner and had 37 years of total public service. Speakers honored his deep dedication to the community and his legacy of humility and service. And the Guam Apex Accelerator is offering free December webinars for local businesses on government contracting. Sessions cover the defense industrial base today, federal contract opportunities on December 11, SAM registration on December 18, and the Procurement Integrated Enterprise Environment on December 22. Webinars run 10 to 11:30 in the morning via Zoom. Registration is available at guamapex.com/events. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Oh, my God. I had one of those moments here this morning. What? It was that moment of fear and panic. So I get a note in my WhatsApp. Says, "Morning, Ray. This is blank, blank, blank." And you can fill in the blank, blank, blank with hot young chick, right? You just put that in there. Just say, I think you messaged the wrong chat, LOL. What? I'm sorry. What did I do? Because and it's one of those. Okay, what have I been sending out here? What have I been sending out in the last little bit here? And I don't know what it was. Apparently, I'd written something in the GPD chat that it wasn't bustos or anything. It wasn't naughty. But I was thinking for a second there, maybe I had one of those naughty moments in the middle of the night, and I don't remember what it was, and I sent something provocative to the wrong person. Thankfully, it wasn't that. Whew. But from now on, I'm going to double check and make sure that the person I think I'm texting is really the person that I'm actually texting on the WhatsApp. 6:37 in the morning. If you ever get anything like that from me, just sorry. I'm just going to apologize in advance. Not news and headlines. I already did news and headlines. So we got traffic coming up next.
You asked and we listened. The Bacon Portobello Mushroom Melt. A Wendy's favorite is back. Try our deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, sauteed portobello mushrooms, and melted cheese. All on a soft toasted bun. Available only for a limited time. Head on over today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Bacon Portobello Mushroom Melt.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Let me see, 6:39, Ray Gibson Show until it's not anymore. Portions being brought to you by, it's time for traffic. Never mind. All right, let me see if I'm sorry, a little bit distracted. I'm looking at my hair in the monitor and realizing I forgot to put hairspray or pomade or anything to try to keep it down. And I'll tell you why. I am with everything that's been going on in the last month or so, work life, et cetera. I haven't had time to take care of some things like getting a filling taken care of and going to see Ashley Haircut. And honestly, the thing about going to see Ashley Haircut is this might be the Ashley Haircut. And I'm talking about Ashley over at Rosie Rouge. This might be the haircut opportunity where we finally decide there's nothing to be done about the receding hairline except maybe. Not necessarily shaving the whole thing. I don't want to go beluga on you, but maybe a Jason Statham. I was watching a Jason Statham movie recently, and noted that his hairline and my hairline about identical. And people love Jason Statham, and they rave about him. And his incredible acting and action star abilities.
Dude, that could be you.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. It looks like I'd have to shave off my eyebrows though. But it might be. If I come back from Philippines like this.
Yeah.
If I come back because
make you look surprised all the time.
I'm trying to look. Donna says she'll quit.
So welcoming.
It's either that or I'm gonna have to. It's either that or I need to start wearing a hat, and that's the hat. Hat is code for everybody just look the other way. Where are we? 6:40 in the morning. We're supposed to start with the traffic, right? Let me get the traffic map up on the screen. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate the thinking here. Where was I? No traffic here this morning. I'm going to keep this short because it doesn't look like there's needs to be anything worth talking about. A little bit of traffic up in Jigo, getting into Anderson Air Force Base. A little bit of traffic up around Ukadu, some car line traffic, but otherwise all of the roads look like they're open. I'm not even seeing a whole lot of intersection traffic. The usual heavy spots here in around Datadu and Upper Tumon and the Tumuning area. Nothing major on Route 8. Route 4 is running clear. Route 10 clear. A little bit of traffic over by the intersection that takes you into the schools, the new McDonald's intersection down there. Anyway, southbound Marine Corps Drive, downtown Gutnia, it should be okay until after you pass it, just before you get to the PD Cemetery in that area. Looks like we've got a little bit of activity, probably just intersection stuff, and a little bit of traffic over at Big Navy and Sumai. There it is, 641. That's all the traffic you need here on The Point.
Coming January 24th to the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The Cover Girl, live on Guam. Angel, the original cover girl, and her iconic voice, singing all their hits like Because of You, Promise Me, Inside Out, and Show Me. Joining them on stage, the queen of dance, EDM, and freestyle, Shannon. Also, 90s freestyle diva singing all her hits, Jocelyn Enriquez.
The radio plays our favorite song, and it's what keeps me holding on. Baby, do you miss me?
Brought to you by Choice Broadcasting, Trivision Media, and Cherry Media. This is a Jams Media show you don't want to miss. Tickets and info at guamtime.net.
Yeah, buddy. 642, Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you here by the guys over at Medical City in Ortigas. That's the one in the Philippines. Bunch of medical cities. They all got incredible people that running them, investing in new technology, or maybe just doing the basic stuff like your executive checkup. Just get the written slip from your doctor here on Guam. Take it to the referral office, and they will take care of all of the rest. And all of the rest may include things like picking you up at the airport, dropping you off in the hotel or the B&B or whatever. But it all starts, like I said, with a telephone telephone call. Do that now. And to get a hold of the referral office at, 645-5655.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
A second, pondering a couple of things here, wondering about what the first thing I'm going to do when I get into Manila is going to be, and I'm thinking there's a Ayala Park near to where the B&B I'm going to be at is, and they say it's a nice place in Ayala Park to go and run around and walk and generally get your exercise in. So I think maybe that'll be among the first things that I take care of before I start working on.
Put your feet in the pond with the little fish.
Can you do that?
That will eat
eat the dead skin on my feet. Okay, something worth talking about, something worth doing. 643 on the Ray Gibson Show, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Looking over on the meme machine, there's all kinds of commentary coming in. Something that's it's not a meme, but a pretty great song. Is this the song about Santa Claus and his old lady? Is that what it is? Somebody's making a request here for us to jam into. Yeah, for us to jam into that. Here's the problem, though, for those of you that are new and uninitiated. I got to be real careful about playing copyrighted material here in the program. We got nicked by this before. First of all, even the song that we play in the beginning of the show, that Miko Minardo theme, we cannot monetize the program, even though I've got a sufficient number of viewers and subscribers on YouTube. We cannot monetize it because that is a copywritten song, and I'm not apparently cleared to be able to use it on the YouTubes and the Facebooks and all that. Once upon a time, I played a funny video off YouTube of an old Saturday Night Live bit, and the guys over at YouTube took me offline for a month and a half or something like that because of the violation.
Yeah, you broke the rules, man.
I broke the rules, man. I get zero tolerance on that. Yeah, so I got to be really, really careful about all of that stuff. That's why, our in and outs are basically songs that you've never heard of. They're copyright-free songs. I'm gonna probably invest in AI and make a few more of those. Anyway, 6:45 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. I know I need a haircut, says Tina Garcia. Starting to curl up, Raymond. You need a haircut before you leave to the Philippines. Ain't got time. I already got the note from Philippine Airlines that I can check in online right now. 645, who's on the phone?
The best Thai food twin.
The one built for torque or built for speed?
Strong one.
The strong one. That would be Landon Islet from the National Weather Service. Thursday morning here on Guam. And outlook for the weekend, even though I'm not going to be here, there's all kinds of folks with, outdoor party plans, outdoor activity plans, and things like that. So we get an idea of what things are going to be like so that you can plan. Good morning, Landon. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you doing? I hear you need a haircut.
Yeah. Yep. The Jason Statham, Landon, Brandon Idlet receding hairline. So it's one of those things that I've been pondering over the course of literally the last couple of weeks here, as I've been watching my hair get all curly and fly away, which it will do as the finest and thinnest hair on the island. At any rate, I was thinking about you yesterday. We were talking about that $2,000 tariff rebate that is still a possibility. Congressman Jimmy Craig Moylan is insisting, along with the other folks in the territories, that don't forget, we're Americans too, and we'd like our share of those $2,000 tariff rebates down the road. And I got to thinking about how I would spend that. So a third of it goes to savings, a third of it goes to investing, and a third of it goes to blowing on just junk. And one of the things that I asked AI, I said, what can I get for $666? And one of the things that came out was a Lego Titanic. It's like 1 to 2,000 scale, so this would be fairly large, and so you could build one of these. You could get one of these kits for $666, and I swear to God, the first people I thought of was you and your brother.
I think if 2,000 of us on Guam got together and got that same Lego kit and then assembled it into one, could we actually have a real life-size Titanic?
Could you do it? Wait, hold on. Could we scale it up that way? Is there a possibility that something like that could be done? Okay, asking for a friend, and I'm not. I don't believe that you probably have it on the top of your head, but you probably do. What's the world record for Lego contraptions?
Oh gosh, and I'm sure it's enormous because there's such incredible Lego structures all throughout the world. There's Lego centers, playlands, and stuff. And even Osaka, I know they have like a giraffe. I forget where it is in Osaka, but they have a giraffe, and it's at least 12 or 15 feet tall. You're standing out there on the sidewalk. But I think there's all these Lego constructions all around the world, and so they are pretty incredible things that people can do with Legos.
Well,
so that's why I like Lego a lot.
How about a big Lego Laddie Stone or something like that? Wait, well, hold on. We're gonna fix tourism right now. We're going to fix tourism this minute. So wait a second. So I'm thinking that something that we can build up will be monumental, if not record breaking, near record breaking, and something that the tourists will flock to from all over Asia so that they can get a selfie in front of it.
I think that's great. And you think of the Ordot landfill, and there's so much trash. People complain about we have such a trash problem, what to do with it. And you look at landfills around the United States. Saipan, they've made a nice touristy place out of it for hiking and exercising. Virginia Beach has Mount Trashmore. They have an incredible playground tourist area there. Why don't we make something great of our problem? But Legos having something big, something that we can call uniquely Guam and bring attraction to it. I think that's a great idea.
Okay, we're going to get Mary Rhodes later, right? We're going to try to get her on the line.
God, I hope so.
I think, you know what, Governor, abandon your plans for a medical complex out in the middle of nowhere. Take that $104 million and let's buy Legos.
I will not abandon you.
We'll buy as many Legos as we possibly can, and this is how we're going to fix tourism. 10 away from the top of the hour. Landon Island from the National Weather Service got a great sunrise picture from the eastern side of the island over at Pirates Cove. Hardly a cloud in sight on that side of the island this morning, and so it's going to be nice before it's not nice, according to the weather report that Real Joe put together for me. What's going on out there?
Yeah, we got favorable weather across the Mariana Islands this morning. Much dry air, trade winds to our east, and more cloudiness, mid and upper level clouds, cirrus, all to our west. So we're getting some of these colors overhead with that sunrise. But Invest 93, we were talking about that in yesterday's weekly weather outlook. That's rated medium for development, meaning it could become a tropical depression, but beyond 24 hours as of yesterday afternoon. It's still holding together. But again, that's no threat to us. It's going to be moving toward the Philippines. But the growth potential is limited with the winter weather pattern to its north. So I know you're going to the Philippines this weekend. That could bring some showers to your area. But areas north of Manila, that's going to be under the influence of the northeast monsoon that's going to be barreling in over northern Luzon. So watch out for showers and thunderstorms with that complex of the northeast monsoon and the 93W.
I like it when it rains in Manila. It's all right, and they fixed the drainage problems out where I'm going to be staying. So I don't think there's going to be any major issues of me and Shelley floating away in any of the Manila weather that I'm headed in for here. 10 away from the top of the hour, and yeah, I'm looking at some of the weather that is north of the cloud patterns that you're referring to here, and it's kind of interesting the shape that they are coming southward in before I guess they're making their way to the east.
And that's the winter weather pattern in force. And so just that boundary, you have the high-level clouds with that 93 going off towards the northeast. And you have that the greater clouds coming down from the north to the south. That's all those stronger winds behind what we call the shear line. That's the cold front that comes off of Japan, China, and Russia. And that cold frontal boundary comes down toward the tropics. It loses that cold frontal characteristic of the punch of cold air. It becomes more of a shear line, a boundary with clashing winds and usually showers and sometimes in thunderstorms. And the shear line, we've not seen one come down to the lower Mariana Islands yet this year, but this is going to be common in the coming months. I think some of the long-term trends, long-range trends, we are looking at a shear line possibly coming down through the CNMI, I think around December 13, 14, 15. We're going to have to see how that evolves. But these shear lines usually have those strong winds just to the north of that boundary, and that can come associated with large swell, choppy wind waves, choppy seas, and that's where we see a lot of our problems with seas and surf and hazardous conditions.
Right.
So watch out for that. I think we might have a burst of stronger winds and higher waves, possibly coming around December 13th and beyond. So do keep an open eye and ear for the information about that in the longer range. But next several days, not bad. It's going to be fair and favorable. We have a surface trough going to bring a few more showers late tonight and Friday to Guam and Rota, and then it's going to clear on out. Seas and surf are down from what they've been the last couple of days, so the advisories were canceled for surf advisories and a high rip risk. But do keep in mind water safety because the seas and surf will be elevated, just not at the hazardous level thresholds of 9 feet along the north in East
Well,
Baton Rouge.
that's good because it's been so gusty around here lately, and things, like I said, are falling down. I've got one of those jersey barriers in front of the office that, it's made out of plastic, and it keeps falling over. And so, okay, I will rebuild.
Christmas decorations, everything.
Yeah. I will rebuild. That's the plan. And not much else going on. I'm looking down to the southeast of Guam and don't see a whole lot threatening from the Pohnpei and Chuk area. So I think it's safe for me to go.
Yep, I very much agree. There are no suspect areas for tropical development in our region at this point. I think we're going full steam ahead into the winter weather pattern. But again, we always have to keep our eye on nature because things happen.
Yeah, I think your cat just happened. I think your cat's trying to get your attention, bro.
They're always begging.
Oh, wait. They're always begging. How many do you have?
I have 3 adopted stray cats now. I have 2 stray dogs, 3 cats. I've got some mice in the garage. I'm deciding what to do with them, if I want to domesticate them or let the cats have fun.
One man gain. And there's something surprising about you every time we talk. This is great. Listen, 6:54 in the morning. I appreciate the weather report. Confident that I can leave without having to worry about us going to condition 1 while I'm away.
Yep.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, that is definitely good news. Spay and neuter your pets.
Say new to your weather people. Have a great morning. I appreciate that. 888-255-888-TALK. That's fun. That's fun to me. So there it is. That's all the weather that we need here for today, and into the rest of it. I think it's going to make for an interesting next couple of days. With the wind, expect some showers tonight, moving into tomorrow as well. But by the time it gets to be Saturday, as the weather guys are saying, things ought to clear up before you know it. 6:55. All right, 888-255-888-TALK. We're going to go serious conversations here and talk about some important stuff here. Delegate first steps taken on full economic adjustment committee on missile defense. There's a lot of that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Missiles. I like it.
We're going to get missiles. There's going to be missiles.
The good ones.
The missile defense system here on Guam, and obviously this is going to be vital importance to the defense of the nation and our assets, and obviously our people here on Guam, both locals and military adjacent, however you want to refer to it as. But it's important that we've got a hand on defending ourselves. Of course, there are people that say, well, gee, with all of this buildup, there's certainly going to be some kind of an economic impact around here. Maybe there's some adjustments that need to be made so that as we do all of this building and as we achieve levels of sophistication and complication, that it doesn't complicate unnecessarily the lives of the everyday Chamorro, the lives of the everyday people of Guam as we go about our lives. We know that there's already going to be always going to be an impact on housing. We live on an island. It's only 30 miles top to bottom, 8 where it's wide, 4 where it's narrow, and in a finite number of places that we might be able to build accommodations for everybody that is going to be calling Guam home. And I don't think we can do like Trump and just tell people to stay away. So we're going to have to figure all of that out. And, we run into limitations, i.e., and we talked about this earlier, one of the limitations to construction and being able to get things done here is we just don't have the manpower to get all of this stuff done. And you say, well, that's easy. Just hire more manpower.
Yeah.
Get some more Filipinos.
Use woman power.
Well, get some more Filipinos from the province that know how to swing a hammer and turn a screwdriver and do plumbing and electricity and all of that stuff. To which the response is, okay, where are they going to stay while they're here? Maybe some hotel rooms, as they did earlier at Santa Fe, and given the number of and this is another one of those things that Donna mentioned once upon a time. Given the number of school buses that we see down in the Tumon area that don't have school children in them. Have you?
Oh yeah.
Have you noticed
Every
that?
morning they got the contractors down there.
That's right. And how did they get? How did they get to school?
They
I mean,
use
how
the
did they get
bus,
to school?
man.
They've got old,
ride the bus.
They've got old cast-off school buses, and Donna says they need to repaint those when they get them because otherwise it looks like it looks like there's a bus with kids in it, it will cause you pause, wondering if it's going to stop and let kids out. Can I pass this or whatever? And then you do pass it, and then you look inside and you go, hey, that's not kids. kids? That's contractors. So they're staying in what I'm going to presume is every available space that they can right now. And it may still not be enough. And maybe after consultation, maybe that's why Chris Duenas of the 38th Guam legislature has created a new piece of legislation just introduced recently to amend Section 61309 relative to adding temporary workforce housing as a permitted use for M1 light industrial zones. So it's going to be one of those things. Maybe where you are, where we can put a barracks over in some place like the Harmon Industrial Park or some of the other places where we've got M1 zoning here on Guam, and maybe that'll help take care of that and alleviate some of the issues. Legislature finds that Guam's military buildup has significantly increased demand for workforce housing. Temporary housing solutions in M1 light industrial zones offer a rapid, cost-effective response to this need. These developments not only support the influx of workers, but also stimulate economic activity. Stimmy! Through increased demands for goods, services, and employment. As somebody that has an adjacent interest to programs like Exchanged, where the members of the Filipino community on Guam can open an account and send at very attractive forex rates money from Guam to the Philippines. If you need to send money to somebody in the Philippines, go to exchanged.com. That's X, capital X, no E in the front of it, X, and then change.com on the World Wide Web, and open up yourself one of these deals. I use it all the time to take care of all of my kids in the Philippines. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I hope so.
I'm just messing around here. 7 o'clock in the morning, the radio station KUSG that I know of, right? KUSG got you 93.3 is the point. Something you want to talk about. You got the telephone numbers. Mean Machine 797-8255 is the deal. Eddie Cruz says, put the workers at Sherwood while you're there. Fix it, would you? Maybe not a bad idea. If we're not going to knock the thing down, maybe that's one of the ways that we can economically find to get the place repaired and ready for the next wave of hospitality. Time for the news. It's The Point.
The president expects car prices to come down. Lisa Brady, Fox News. Now that he's rolling back Obama and Biden era fuel efficiency standards that he says forced automakers to build cars with expensive technology, driving up costs and prices.
People were paying too much for a car that didn't work as well. And now they're going to have a great car that's going to be environmentally friendly, but it's going to cost you a lot less, and it's going to work great. All of the nonsense is being taken out of the cars.
Several auto executives in the Oval Office for the announcement, including Ford CEO Jim Farley, who says people should have a choice.
This allows us to invest in affordable vehicles made in the U.S., which we will take the lead on, and will allow us to make vehicles more affordable.
The president calls his predecessor's limits on tailpipe emissions ridiculously burdensome. Environmental groups had urged the EPA to withdraw the proposed rollback, citing climate change and public health risks. After a months-long investigation, sources say the Pentagon's acting inspector general finds that Secretary Pete Hegseth created risks to operational security in a way that could have potentially put U.S. pilots at risk during a group chat on the messaging app Signal that inadvertently included a reporter earlier this year.
The Signal chain included then National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, members of the Hegseth family, including his wife, and Atlantic reporter Jeffrey Goldberg.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin. The chat did include sensitive information about an upcoming military operation, but Hegseth has denied discussing war plans or releasing any classified information. And the Pentagon is just out with a statement calling the Inspector General review a total exoneration of the secretary. That is expected to be released in unclassified form, that report this week. Stocks finish higher, the Dow up 408 at the bell. America's listening to Fox News.
Breathe easy this Christmas with Carrier Guam. Keep your home merry, bright, and fresh with our XL air purifier. Now just $265 while supplies last. With 3-in-1 filters and LED air quality monitoring, it's the perfect gift of clean air for your family. Visit Carrier Guam in Harmon Industrial Park behind Kmart or call 671 647-2665. Carrier, your local source for comfort and quality this holiday season. Carrier Guam, turn to the experts this Christmas.
Attention federal employees and annuitants, GovGuam employees, GCA members, and Take Care members. Free open to the public health fairs will be Saturday, November 15th and 29th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall. Learn more about Take Care's 2026 health plan offerings, wellness and fitness programs, provider network, and much more. Free health screenings by FHB Health Center. Visit TakeCareAsia.com. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
After a hotel shooting in Maryland.
Prince George's County Police say the shooting that killed a man at the food court inside MGM National Harbor Casino was not random, it was targeted.
It appeared that they were looking for this person, chased them down, and the shooting occurred right there in the food court.
Police Chief George Nader told reporters no one else was injured and that they believe the shooter escaped in a car, adding, "There's no threat to the public."
MGM is safe. The harbor is safe. This was a targeted incident. We believe that it would have folded out anywhere once these two individuals came into the same area.
Chief Nader says they have video of the gunman, who they believe is in his 20s, but they're not releasing other details at this time. Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
Police also locking down nearby schools for a short time as a precaution. A lot of meth won't make it to the street after a joint effort to stop it in Georgia.
Federal agents, along with Georgia state law enforcement and deputies in Hall County, northeast of Atlanta, say they've intercepted tens of millions of dollars worth of meth smuggled into the U.S. by Mexican cartels. Theodore Hertzberg is the U.S. attorney for northern Georgia.
In addition to seizing these drugs, which are worth tens of millions of dollars, GBI and the Hull County Sheriff's Office arrested two men who, as of earlier this week, are now facing federal drug trafficking charges.
The drugs were found inside refrigerated trucks, including hidden among shipments of imported blackberries. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Israel just confirming it launched an airstrike in southern Gaza, calling it retaliation for an attack by militants earlier in the day that wounded 5 Israeli soldiers. Again, stocks finish higher. The Dow up 408 points after a day-long rally. The S&P up 20 points. The Nasdaq also finishing in the green, up 40. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Guam Regional Medical City presents Your Gut, Our Focus. From digestive issues to advanced diagnostics. Join us Saturday, December 13th from 10 to noon at the Micronesia Mall Center Court for a community event focused on digestive wellness. Meet GRMC's team from gastroenterology, patient education, patient experience, and referral management. And learn how we can support your digestive health. At 10:30, enjoy a special presentation with Dr. Jill along with guests from ANX Robotics and GI Digital. Enjoy free vital checks, vendor booths, raffle prizes, and your chance to win the grand prize, a 55-inch smart TV. This event is free and open to the public. Join us December 13th at the Micronesia Mall.
Travel goals unlocked. Whether it's Korea in the summer or Japan in the fall, the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank can help you turn your urge to explore into your next boarding pass. Apply by October 31st, 2025, and if approved, earn 45,000 bonus miles when you spend $2,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Unlock your next adventure with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/United.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Guam, get ready to dance. The first ever Guam International Dance Festival is happening December 5th through the 7th. Get hyped for dance groups from Japan, Taiwan, Malaysia, Korea, and amazing local talent from right here on Guam. They'll compete in 2 categories, cultural and contemporary, showcasing the artistry of Guam and the Asia region. Plus celebrity judges, master workshops, and a special performance by K-pop dance sensation Enfer. For more details, check out visitguam.com and follow Visit Guam on social media. Guam International Dance Festival is a GVB signature event.
News this hour is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:07. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. A woman faces multiple felony charges after attempting to smuggle meth hidden in a shoe into DOC on Monday afternoon. Dolores Lynn Meno was arrested after a corrections officer found a medical syringe containing suspected meth inside the inner sole of a pair of shoes she intended to deliver to a detainee. Later, officers found more meth and 2 glass smoking pipes in her vehicle, which had a child inside. Meno is charged with promoting major prison contraband and possession. Meanwhile, a sex assault case involving a former DYA detainee is delayed because a defense attorney has not specified what evidence he wants the court to review. Gabriel Ferreira, charged with 2 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct, appeared before Judge Alberto Lamarena on Tuesday. Prosecutors say the discovery process is stalled because defense attorney Tyler Scott has not identified what exculpatory evidence he seeks in sensitive juvenile records. Ferreira and co-defendant Timo Pollock are accused of assaulting a 13-year-old detainee in 2023. The judge ordered all attorneys to return at the next hearing. The case is set to resume on February 26. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Guam National Guard Acting Adjutant General Colonel Karen Watson received a wave of support at her confirmation hearing yesterday. Watson, who was appointed by Governor Lulian Guerrero, outlined her priorities, building up the Guard's talent bench and securing more defense resources for Guam. She plans to take advantage of the federal government's focus on the Indo-Pacific to benefit the island, including revising the Homeland Defense Plan. Watson, a Guam native who retired from the Army after 26 years, stated she intends to serve a long term and provide full transparency to the organization. And tourism leaders and government officials met Tuesday to discuss a roadmap to recovery for Guam's visitor industry. They addressed challenges like a workforce gap that has dropped from 20,000 to 14,000 jobs since the pandemic. They also noted recent closures, including the Hard Rock Cafe and the coming shutdown of DFS, which will cut more than 1,000 long-term jobs. Visitor arrivals were up 18% with double-digit growth from Korea and Japan, but totals remain far below 2019 levels. Governor Lulian Guerrero and industry leaders urged continued investment in flights, infrastructure, and workforce training. They say rebuilding tourism is critical because it supports 37% of Guam's jobs and major tax revenue. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
I'm serious, guys. What we need is a big-ass Lego something. You know, we got people spend $600, $700 on Lego versions of the what is it?
White House?
Not the White House. What am I thinking about? The Starship Enterprise.
There you go.
Sorry, that's not it. What's the one that Han Solo drives around?
Millennium Falcon.
Millennium Falcon.
There you go.
They'll spend real money on that. They'll spend real money on Lego versions of the Titanic. I'm saying we get big ass Carabao made out of Legos, right? I mean, this could be. We could have little kids could do this. There's every little kid on Guam, every mom and dad on Guam has stepped on a Lego at some point. So you get all of those Legos that the kids aren't playing with anymore. We'll take them all again to shopping center. Somebody can wash it all down. Micronesia Mall and wherever. We'll get the things all cleaned up and sorted by color and shape and size and all of that kind of thing. And then we will use that to create a big Carabao made out of Legos. So you do the same. They get big laddie stone, and that would just get all the Legos and paint them all gray or something like that, gray and black, and then put the thing together and put it someplace where every tourist that comes to Guam, and even the tourists that come to Guam specifically to have a selfie of themselves taken next to our gigantic Lego pieces of artwork. Hey, you might even get the Lego company to help out with it a little bit. Maybe they can contribute by sending in millions and millions of Legos.
Legoland.
I'm just saying. You know, there's opportunities out there, and we just got to think. We got to forget there's a box. Never mind thinking outside the box. Forget there's a box. Imagine it's 1977. You got all kinds of vision. Money is not an object. What would you do with it to rebuild Guam? And as I said, you know, we've got examples from the past that I think could be interesting and useful again, like like the old Leo's restaurant where Bantai is right now. And I told you this story 100 times about how they used to have the doggin of a VW sticking out of the corner of the building.
Oh, it was fat.
It was, yeah, but it was something where it was like fun to look at. And, and that was before selfies and cell phones. Imagine how many people would be lined up, literally lined up like they are with that pink house in the pink building in Tumon.
Yeah.
Right? So what does that tell you? More pink buildings is the thing. Maybe that's the thing that we ought to do is start looking at those kinds of things. What's that? A Lego, Joe Kai says Lego version of the Mangilaw New Hospital. Right on. You know what? Again, never mind the box. Don't think outside. Just
we don't
think
know
about
where
it.
to put it, man.
It's 7:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. I had this up on the screen before I get to the weather. Jerome McDonald sent this to me in our private communications, and it's worth talking about right now. They are going to have this weekend the 2025 Feast of the Santa Maria and Camelin. It will be held, like I said, on the 6th, novena starting at 11:30. Mass at noon. This celebrated by Polly Eric Forbes, who is flying out to California to preside over that particular Mass. It will be at the St. Anthony of Padua Catholic Church in Gardena, Gardena, California. If you want more information, you can reach out to Joan Modic, Susa Cruz, or Annette Ada Vasquez, who is, besides Jerome, one of my personal contacts to everything Chamorro that goes on in sunny Southern California. So Biba Santa Maria and Camelin and Biba, the Chamorros in California that are going to be doing their celebration on the 6th. 7:14 on the Ray Gibson Show. Weather for Guam on the 6th looks like mostly sunny skies and highs near 88 degrees. Otherwise, tomorrow's weather. Hey, Joe, what's tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Friday.
That's what the man said. Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for tomorrow. When it's not doing that, it'll be partly sunny with daytime highs of about 85 degrees. And today's weather, partly sunny with highs near 87 degrees. A little bit gusty, about 18 miles an hour. But according to Landon Idlet from over at the National Weather Service, all of the gusty winds that we thought was going to be bringing in a lot of rip currents and high surf advisories has failed to do that. So the waters are a little bit less dangerous for you in the next day or two. So, but still, be careful as you get into and out of them. Always have a good plan, and don't think that you're a better swimmer than nature. Nature is way better swimmer than you, and will claim your life if you get benidoso about it. 7:14. That's it. News and weather together here on The Point.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
Bundle smarter, work better. When you're running a business, every decision counts. Now's your chance to make one that gives you more. For a limited time, get hybrid fiber internet up to 1 gig for as low as $125 a month. Plus, get up to 6 months of free internet and free Samsung Galaxy earbuds when you bundle with Docomo Pacific. Ready to get started? Try our free bundles calculator by visiting info.docomopacific.com/radio25. While supplies last, some conditions apply.
21 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or blazebykcrank.com.
What now? It's Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL, American President Lines, global presence with a local home in Guam Regional Medical City. You know what? They're your healthcare partners.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
Airplane reading for tomorrow, Axios, and an otherwise interesting, if not frightening story. The retirement crisis is here. Those of you that spend some time listening to the program will hear me from time to time remark about how I don't want to wait until I'm 67, my full retirement age, to start taking my Social Security out. I want to be able to take that money out now and just blow it on all kinds of things like Lego versions of the Titanic and the Millennium Falcon and all of that kind of stuff's here. I'd still come to work. I still figure out how I can still do the morning show. But I don't know. I don't want to have to worry too much about money. I'd like to be able to get the money that I've been paying in. It feels like yesterday. Feels like yesterday. The first job that I ever had outside of working in the warehouse with Uncle Joe and Uncle Jim over at Mariana Sales. That first job outside of the family business, and I remember them asking about Social Security numbers. Well, once upon a time, because we were bored, Shelley and I went upstairs. It used to be in the PDN building, the old Social Security office there. Signed up for Social Security, and lo and behold, drawer you, I got a Social Security card. So I'd had a Social Security number for many years, and so I put it down on the thing, and I remember getting that first. I remember that first paycheck. First paycheck.
Yeah, the stub.
The stub, and it comes out and says, okay, thank you very much for all of that hard work. And this is how many hours you worked, and this is how much money that you earned in those hours that you were working, and this is how much money payroll took out and gave to the federal government of the United States of America. It's not your money. Thank you very much.
Money.
And so everybody that has been earning Social Security over all these years, you're welcome. And now it's time for me to want to go and get that stuff out. But will there be, by the time I'm 67, will there still be a Social Security the same way we know it now? Axios, a couple of days ago, came out with the entire report was on the retirement crisis. A silver tsunami is washing across our shores as record numbers of Americans start hitting the retirement age, and the U.S. isn't ready. Older Americans are stepping into an unfamiliar, less secure version of retirement. About 45% of Americans will experience retirement funding shortfalls if they retire at 65. At full retirement age, which has gradually increased, now it's at 67. Retirees on fixed income face an ever-rising cost of living. Out-of-pocket medical expenses are escalating. That's why I run and work out and try to take care of my diet. We kind of took care of the greatest generation in terms of broad planning for a structured retirement, but the younger generations have had much less support. Experts have been warning about a retirement crisis for decades, and we have yet to see one. The real retirement crisis is on the governmental side, pointing to Social Security funding gaps. So this is stuff that younger folks like Jimmy Craig Moylan, et cetera, need to start working on. So that when
Let's just send more money to Zimbabwe for gender studies.
For gender studies, that's right. Yeah.
That'll help our Social Security problem.
Dance programs out there in the hinterlands. I don't know. It's one of those things where you just it's in my mind, and I know you're probably going, Bray, you're a smart guy. You're a clever fella. You probably got all kinds of money socked away for your retirement. Never mind Social Security. I'm glad you think of me like that. Anyway, 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning, 888-825-888-TALK. Is it time to take another look at what's going on in the markets? Because I'm crazy about the Dow. I'm crazy about the Dow today. We'll go over that in a second. Who's on the phone?
Mary Rose.
Oh, it's Mary. She's listening.
From the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association.
She's crazy about the idea of the big-ass Carabao made of Legos, right? That's going to bring tourists to Guam. Hey, Mary, how you doing?
Half a day. Good morning. Good. Happy holidays, you guys.
Merry Christmas back at you and the family, and hope everybody finds a way back to the kitchen at your house and has a wonderful time when it gets to be time for family gatherings, et cetera, et cetera. But lots and lots going on. I know that there's a growing number of get-togethers and among members of the hospitality community talking about our interesting present and thoughts about our interesting future. Before we get to the cleanup, which is the real reason why I'm talking to you this morning. Let's talk about some of the get-togethers that you have been in, some of the forums.
Yeah, recently we just had our third installment of the Tourism Forum. It's focused a lot on workforce development, but really what I brought to the table with GHRA is, just as in this last year with tourism recovery, we've really looked at destination management. GBB is truly responsible for bringing in the tourists and working on marketing. And with GHRA, within our membership, the hotels, restaurants, and all of our allied members who are in the service industry or technology or banking and financial services, they really want to take care of the employees of the industry so that they can continue to service our guests while they're here on Guam.
That's good news.
And so a lot of our programs are workforce development focused, but we've really been looking at destination management. How do we improve the product? We just had a great membership meeting and project with Gita that we've done 2 installments of, where we brought buyers in from Palau and previously from Japan to start seeing Guam-made products with Guam Product Sale. And so we worked with the Hyatt to incorporate 12 different vendors into their menu so that they could see what hotel offerings could look like with a menu with, Denancy sauce and the jerk chicken and, jerk beef jerky, and then even coconut tree in all of the desserts, as well as Asiga ice cream and cookies. And so everything that we offered actually had all of the ingredients, even Slingstone coffee. We had coffee rubbed steak and coffee with noni juice and tea as part of our beverages. So we've been doing this for 2 years now to try to get this to land with the hotels and the restaurants and to give more opportunities for small business entrepreneurs to get this into their product offering. But now with Gita, we've been looking at Guam Product Sale and Musada out of the States. This is U.S. federal dollars to get the products outside of Guam to promote Guam. And so we've really been doing a lot for product management, destination management, and product development. And then recently, what was in today's news was we are going to be launching a pilot with Hyatt on a kiosk we've had for about a year, and we've been using it really to promote. It's a touchscreen kiosk that really was promoting all of our industry awards throughout the island for all of our service employees.
Okay.
And we've decided to expand it further to include navigational tools so people know. So we're working with GVB to hopefully expand their website, Visit Guam, to highlight all of the landmarks on Guam. And so you could get, the hours of operation. You can go to those sites, do geo-mapping. For GHRA, we've had hotels and restaurants listed, but we have also a mobile app. So if our kiosk and mobile app can also not just list hours, but also, maps to the location. They can eventually do bookings. And then we also want to do more concierge.
You said there's I'm sorry to interrupt you. You said there's an app. Can I download it right now?
Yeah, we have the Taste Guam mobile app that we've had live since 2016. But what we're looking to expand is similar to what MWR has. MWR has all of the schedules for everything on base in their MWR app. And so we had MWR there at our member meeting on November 20th. And so we're looking to promote what's on base as well as off base together with MWR at their Quality Life Expo February of 2026. And then April 2026, when we have fair, we're looking to hard launch the kiosk. Right now it's a pilot. We're working with a Hyatt so that they could have the navigational tool in their hotel. So we're working on developing the Hyatt portion so that you could look at what's available throughout their hotel for daily activities for guests and also local residents and military to participate in. They have wellness programs, yoga, they have daily menus, they have different food outlets, retail, and then also cultural activities sometimes available at the Hyatt. And so we're wanting to develop the kiosk so it creates a navigational tool for people to really get in touch with what's happening on property, also off property.
Yeah.
And so we're really looking at this kiosk and mobile app to just merge into a type of concierge brand service that everyone can access at some point. And of course, it'll take some time to develop to include all of our partners, but we are really hoping to already expand with the information we have with Guampedia that we use to promote a lot of our Guam brain training programs, and then get this in the hands of employees so that they can be of greater service to our customers when they're on island, to help them navigate their time on Guam, to improve their experience and their stay.
Right. So how did, obviously the easy stuff, Two Lovers Point and all the hotels and, Donkey Village and all of that, that's kind of the table stakes for all of this. But what about some of the other small businesses? I'm thinking, Mosa's, Mighty Purple, and Tigu, places in Agana that they might go to on the way to, Skinner Plaza or Plaza de España. How do those businesses get themselves into that kiosk?
Yeah, so Moses, for example, is a member of GHRA and they're a member of GDB. So they would be included in that. And so what I'm hoping to grow into at some point, first I want it to just be informational and a navigational tool. Is find your way there, maybe set a reservation at least, right? And then you could get more information on what culinary, we already have on the Taste Guam mobile app and GHRA website, all the information on their event space, total seats, their informational location, geo-mapping for directions to their location. What I'd like to grow into is actual bookings and then featuring their specials once they're ready to upload all of that. And then that way it's on-time delivery so that all guests could really, everybody, whenever you travel, you use things like TripAdvisor right now is available for Guam, Yelp, people use Reddit, they use AI, GPT chat. And so we're really looking to use all of those available tools to develop information, but just using the mobile kiosk to kind of help navigate it, and then hopefully use AI generation also to generate the chat, so it'll help drive the narrative much easier, right? So if somebody's looking, can I plan a day? If I have a free afternoon on Guam, what can I do in one day if I plan to go to Fisheye Marine Park?
Right.
Down in Fisheye, right, there's the Agate Marina, and there's restaurants down there, and there's all these activities. You can kind of stay in that general area if you're driving and you're renting a car and you want to stay in that location.
But what if you're not driving? What do we do about can I get a Grab or something like that, like in the Philippines? Stroll.
Correct. There's Stroll on Guam. There's Uno Go. Right. So all of those will be opportunities for those companies to engage with us and to be listed on it. And then hopefully it just does a direct, because it uses the internet. So we could do just real quick links to each of their sites, but hopefully it'll collect all of the information that could be AI generated to do a recommendation, but then all of the bookings will be available on their site. We're not trying to recreate anything. It's using the existing sites today for their information, but working with those partners to upgrade.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you eventually wanted to, the AI would be able to act as the agent for you. So if you just click on something and say, I'd like to go to this, it can make the arrangement for your Uno Go or your Stroll or whatever, pick you up at the hotel, and then you've already got tickets, you've already got access to whatever it is that you want to go to and watch. I'm crazy about the idea. I love the technology. I like the way that we're rolling it out, and near as I can tell, about touchless for many of our visitors, and that's one of the things that they like to hear about. 7:29 with just a couple of minutes left. I'm leaving, but I'll be back in time for the big get-together. GHRA and the JGTA are doing another one of these, your version of the coastal cleanup starting at Matapeng. What is that, 7 o'clock next Saturday?
Yes, Saturday, December 13th, we have our Keep Guam Clean cleanup. Actually, it's at 6 a.m., and then we go from 6 to probably around 8:30, 9 o'clock. At Matapeng Beach, starting off, we have different zones. If you want information, you can contact GHRA at 649-1447 or email us at info@ghra.org. We accept, we'll give certificates for students who need community service certification, service learning certificates. And so if you're interested, please contact us at GHRA. It is, we do this a couple of times a year where we clean up down not only in Tumon, but we also, have done things in Hagutnia or even Hagat. And so we do this several times a year with different partners. And I know the Korean agents just did last week in Hagutnia. And so this week we're focusing on Matapeng Beach. In addition to Saturday, though, with our beach cleanup, we have Jingle Bell Run returning at Leo Palace on Sunday.
I'll be there.
And so right now we have over 750 runners. We usually get over 1,000. So Guam Running Club is running this together with Leo Palace. And so we're excited that Jingle Bell Run is back. We're looking to really look at other things with it, but it's so nice to be up at Menengan Hills. It's a nice private property, so it's a lot, it's safe. And it's a beautiful way to start the morning looking out, overlooking over Menangan Hills and Planted area.
It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm very, very familiar with the course that we're going to be running on, and for those of you that have run on the earlier versions of the Leo Palace runs, we're not using that hill anymore.
No.
So they've got the course.
It's a lot flat.
It's
more flat.
But it's still a little bit of a challenge, but runners eat hills for breakfast. That's what we do. So don't worry about it. Most of it, and by the time you get to the turnaround where you've got to eat that hill, for the most part, the race is almost over, and so there's always a nice finish. Shaq has done an outstanding job reaching out to the entire athletic community as well as the running community, and basically open the gates for us pretty much all the time. So I'm glad that you had an opportunity to bring that up. You don't be surprised if you see me helping out with the cleanup on Saturday. You know how much I love the place. I don't generally stay around the Matapang Beach area because I know where all of the rest of the trash is. And shouts to Sophie and all of the Hyatt crew, because it seems to me that the last time I did this, I was greeted by an army of Hyatt folks that came down with their bags and their gloves, getting ready to clean things up. Unfortunately, it'll be messy the next day, but that's just the nature of it. You just got to keep an eye on things, and as you said, manage the destination as well as possible. My understanding is that they had an opening. I don't know if they've closed it, but there was an opening for destination management at GVB in the last week or so. Do you know if they've closed that position?
I believe so. Dee Hernandez is retiring after.
So awesome. Oh, my God.
She's been there for like 3 decades. So it's just, it's been amazing work with Dee. It's one of probably the committee I've been the most involved in with regards to GVB, and kudos to them. They just restarted the Destination Management Committee last month after being on closed meetings, right, in the last 5 years, but they've really opened it up to the community and had all the community stakeholders and partners again. And so whoever is going to take that role needs to be ready to go, because destination management is, if not as important as marketing, it is probably the one closest to our hearts, right, being local residents, and we all want to be a part of it. And I just think it's the one thing that we definitely can control is our island and our product and our image. And so destination management is such a crucial role in GVB. And so,
ask me, that needs to be a cabinet level position. If you ask me, that needs to be a cabinet level position in the governor's office. Somebody that's got real power to be able to pick up the phone, call another agency head, call another cabinet member to get this done. Yeah.
It works with every agency, and that's why it's so critical. And it really is like an island beautification task force in itself. And so really they share a lot of the same responsibilities, but they work with every agency from DPW to the mayors to DPR,
police department,
fire department, police, correct. It's all inclusive. And so that's why I'm the most involved in that with GHRA and GVB, because it's the one that we're most closely aligned to with regards to product and destination management.
Right. So hopefully Dee gave the cell phone to somebody else so that when I see things down in Tumon. Okay, good. But because when I see stuff, I'm
27th.
Okay.
But with that, I have to say we have our last event, and it is Tuesday, December 16th at the Hyatt, and it is our GHRA social, and it's our last event for the year. We're celebrating the holidays, and it is a joint partnership with GVB this year, and it will be Dee's kind of one of her many going away parties, I'm sure. But it'll be December 16th. It's happy hour from 6 to 9. If you're interested in attending the beach cleanup, Jingle Bell Run at Leo Palace, or our GHRA social in partnership with GVB, please contact GHRA at 649-1447. Email us at info@ghra.org. We have, all these 3 events just to cap off the end of the year, and look forward to planning a greater 2026.
I got you. I'll show up where I can. I'll see you pretty soon, Mary.
All right. Thanks, Ray. Thanks, Ray.
7:35, Ray Gibson Show, until it's not going to be any more, Donna, with news and headlines. But real quick, I'll look at what's going on in the markets, because the lady on Fox said it was a mixed day. However, it looks like an unmixed to the tune of 1, 2, 3 of the big American markets in the green. S&P 500 up by 20 points, 6,849. The NASDAQ picked up 40 points, closing at 23,454. And, man, I tell you what, when I looked at the Dow this morning, it was 47.9. And I was thinking, are we going to hit 48 today? Are we going to go into record territory for the Dow again? And it looked like they got close, but not quite. 47,882. The Dow picked up 404 points. So I'm looking for the bottle of champagne from the guys over at Raymond James in recognition of some stellar numbers in the American markets today. FTSE, not so much. They're off by 10. Nikkei's unchanged from yesterday. Hang Seng Index down by 334. Shanghai dropped about 20 points. Misery Index is down by a half, and the DAX lost 17 points in trade here this morning. I'm going to say the Dow was the big winner, led up by United Health, Goldman Sachs, Mickey D's, Amgen, and American Express. Did I get another American Express? No, I got another Citibank card. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I think you know what? I paid off a loan or something like that, and now all of the credit companies want to send me a new card. Nothing wrong with that. Right? Let me see. Down around the bottom of the Dow, I got Microsoft, Travelers, Boeing, NVIDIA, and Amazon.com on the World Wide Web. Why is Amazon.com down so low? They're right there at about the bottom of the list here today, which is odd considering they just had one of their big sale periods. Is that still going on, the Amazon thing? I thought it might be because I still keep getting all kinds of offers from those guys as well. On the commodities, oil at $59.12. That's up by about 50 cents here this morning. Gold at $4,238, picked up 18 points worth of value in trade here. And if you're doing any traveling, Japan at 155.1 against the greenback. Are we breathing with our teeth? Actually, a little bit stronger than it was yesterday. What have I got here? The Philippine peso, is that for real? 59.03 today? That's good news for Ray Boy heading to Manila tomorrow. I got the South Korean won at 1465. And if you're doing Bitcoin, 92,000 some yesterday. I think it was 92 flat yesterday. And the current Bitcoin number from Real Joe is?
93.3.
93.3.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's gone up a little bit, but still under $100,000. And for some people, that might be target territory to begin to acquire it. Like I've got $93,000 just laying around. There it is, 7:38 in the morning, and time for news and headlines with Donna D. Is being brought to you by Burger King. You stuck for gift ideas? Everybody loves a Whopper. Go and get yourself a $20 book of gift certificates at BK today and start sharing the Whopper love. News here also being brought to you by Pika's Best Realty. That's Day Realty, Joe D, Saran, Auntie Libby, Auntie Loli, and their team. In fact, Libby's daughter is going to be in the studio a little bit later on today. Michelle Peer coming in to talk about art and stuff. And this is it's kind of a big deal because remember one of the things I was saying is people like gift certificates, they like gift cards, they like handmade goodies. That will turn into family heirlooms. We'll talk to Michelle about how we might be able to get you into the habit of building something handmade so that you can pass that down, your talent, your love down to the generations. Anyway, that's later on. For Havaday Realty, you can reach them on email, havadayrealty@gmail.com, or use the phone. Many people do, 588-4232. Now with today's news, here's Donna D. What's going on?
Police say 37-year-old Francisco Robert Agigi was the driver killed in Tuesday's crash in Pidi. Officers say Port Police were pursuing his car when it hit a van and then a concrete pole on Route 1. Police also found meth, a pistol, and ammunition in his vehicle. 5 others were hurt, and the case remains open. Meanwhile, Congressman Jim Moylan announced yesterday that the Department of Defense has begun the first steps toward a full Economic Adjustment Committee, or EAC, on the island's Enhanced Integrated Air and Missile Defense Project. The process will identify resources, assess gaps, and gather local input. The EAC would help coordinate federal support for infrastructure, housing, and transportation as Guam hosts the missile defense system, with testing planned over the next decade. And Donkey's Choose to Give drive runs through December 31, inviting shoppers to donate food and essential items at checkout. Each week, 8 items priced $1 to $3 are highlighted. Donations will be delivered to Catholic Social Service. Weekly updates and a final report will show the total items provided to families in need. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Okay, Roger, on that, 20 away from the top of the hour. And getting a picture here. This is, you know what, we were all yesterday real giggly about a picture of a Booney Dog dog crossing sign up in Dededo somewhere. This is not as happy as that one is. I get this from hot sister of the program, Pam Duvall, who sent this in. This is one of the things that we need to work on here. We can have as many forums as we want to and bring in all of the big thinkers in the hospitality industry and talk about all the things that we can do with electronic kiosks and making it so that we've got artificial intelligence when you decide that you want to go and spend a day out somewhere and figure out how we're going to get you from point A to point B, how we're going to get tickets in there, all these fun things that we want our tourists to do when they get to Guam. But on the way from one place to another, they got to pass by these eyesores here. Now, this is not just an issue here for the hospitality industry. Obviously, it's something that needs to get addressed by, I don't know who's supposed to be, I don't know who's neck to grab. I used to think it was Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio with the Island Beautification Task Force and the Division of Homelessness or whatever. But obviously, they seem to have given up on people and places just like this. If you're watching on the visuals, great. If you're just listening to the radio, wondering what it is I'm going on about, it looks like an unlicensed dump, but it also looks like an encampment out there somewhere. I don't know exactly where this is, but the other problem, aside from it being an eyesore for our visitors to Guam, it's also right next to a kids' bus stop, where the kids wait for the bus to take them to school and maybe provided a rich and useful education so that maybe they can grow up and not squat on property next to a bus shelter. There's a couple of pieces of sadness that needs to get worked on around here. And like I said, I don't even know who's in charge anymore because nothing seems to have been done on the homeless issue. The only time they pay any attention to the homelessness on Guam is when Doug Moylan has an idea. And then, oh, no, you can't do that. Oh, whatever. What do you got a place for them to stay? Well, we're going to look at that procurement and find issues with it. So that's never, ever going to happen. The encampment, Tyler says, good morning, the encampment is on background. Yeah, but where is what I'm looking at. 743 on the Ray Gibson Show, 888-8255. You got stuff like that you want to share. So if for no other reason, so that folks in the government know where it is, then yeah, 797-8255. A quick look at what's going on in traffic in a minute. Stay there.
Celebrate the season with Subway's limited time festive flavors collection. Sink your teeth into the meat-loaded Terhamkin, festive turkey, or festive chicken. Want to dial up your holiday flavors? Add cranberry sauce or stuffing to any sub for just $1 more. Happy feasting only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Coming January 24th to the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The Cover Girl, live on Guam. Angel, the original cover girl, and her iconic voice, singing all their hits like Because of You, Promise Me, Inside Out, and Show Me. Joining them on stage, the queen of dance, EDM, and freestyle, Shannon. Also, 90s freestyle diva singing all her hits, Jocelyn Enriquez.
The radio plays our favorite song, and it's what keeps me holding on. Baby, do you miss me?
Brought to you by Choice Broadcasting, Trivision Media, and Cherry Media. This is a Jams Media show you don't want to miss. Tickets and info at guamtime.net.
Hey, wait, I'm sorry. I was looking at a picture of a lowrider made of Legos. Actually, I'm not sure. It's just I'm trying to combine different concepts that I've got in my head. According to Tyler, that picture that I was showing a second ago of this beautiful bus stop, along with a homeless encampment and dump next to it, is apparently the back road to Anderson. Somewhere on Route 15 is where you might be able to find something like this. Do you suppose that's a staging? You know what? Maybe this is what's going on. It's a staging area for the new hospital complex in Manila. That's what's going on. I should have known. That's just where they're going to put everything so that when it comes time for construction, they're ready to go. Okay, gotcha. 7:45 is Beyond the Box time. Find Beyond the Box there, first floor of the Micronesia Mall. Might still have some great Black Friday prices on goodies that you need for your digital lifestyle. And you know what? It's like being in the airplane when the masks fall. Take care of yourself before you take care of the kids. So when it comes time to shopping for Christmas, take care of yourself before you take care of the kids. Worry about your digital lifestyle with some goodies on sale and sale prices on new stuff too over at Beyond the Box, first floor of the Micronesia Mall. On screen right now, looking at traffic. Let me see if I can refresh this and find. Yeah, okay. Everything is clear on the north part. Gigo all the way to Ipalpao. It starts to thicken up there and remains thick until you get past the Isangsong intersection. No major traffic coming in off Isangsong. So again, I don't understand why there is that daily process of slowing down between Ipalpao and Isangsong. A little bit of traffic coming out of Leche, Macheche, both sides of it. Hardly anything though at that intersection down the street. A little bit of traffic, well, actually a lot of traffic coming off of Ukadu, from Ukadu towards Marine Corps Drive on Route 3. Intersection traffic through most of Marine Corps Drive. It'll clear up after you pass Micronesia Mall. Things are looking good there on Route 16 all the way to 810 and 16. Not so good there. Busy on the Tammy Post Office side. Busy both lanes on the Route 8 side. And it looks like I got busy traffic around the Wendy's until on Middle School. Definitely some traffic over by the church as you make your way to 10 and 15. It's looking pretty good over in Ta'i. But if you're going to stay on Route 4, know that once you get up to Ordot and all the way into Sinahanya, traffic is going to be slower than normal through there. Not entirely sure what's going on. It doesn't look like an accident. Maybe just slow traffic and Lungat lights. 747, if you're in downtown Agutya, pointing the car towards Big Navy, should be all right. 747, be right back.
Ring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Seasons Winnings Holiday Giveaway. 4 lucky winners will win a Coca-Cola Premium Prize Pack at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola outdoor canopy, barbecue grill, Adirondack chair, and a stainless cooler. Purchase any large Whopper combo meal and receive an official validation slip to enter on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends December 31st, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 7th, 2026. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule. In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Yeah. A lot of protein, less calories. That's what you'll find in the Fresh Fit menu. Working right now over at the Subway place. As I said, we need the calorie deficit, but you want to amp up on the protein. More protein equals more muscles. More muscles equals higher metabolism. Higher metabolism means great health for you. Started off with your lunchtime sandwich today over at Subway Eat Fresh.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Oh, my God, Auntie Bennett, you're so mean. Auntie Bennett says, where's Josh Chenorio night? Beautification Task Force. He's so gagut to work in the sunshine. How you doing? Is that what it is? 7:48 in the morning, and I was looking at the caller screen, and I've got Senator Chris Duenas. We'll get to him in a second. I would normally go to him first, but Real Joe says no. We've got a real lady on line 2. It's Catherine Castro from the Chamber of Commerce wants to talk about Toys for Tots. Are we close to deadlines here, Kat?
Hi, good morning and Merry Christmas. And yes, we are.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, Senator Duenas. We'll be really, really quick. But yes, collection is until Friday, December 5th. So we're inviting everybody to please make sure that if they're going to give toys, to give them and to drop them off at the chamber office.
Mhm.
All of our businesses who have been collecting toys need to wrap that up and drop their toys to the chamber office. The Marines will be here on Friday. Santa will be here. So if anybody wants some pictures with Marines and Santa, should think about coming to the chamber between 10 and maybe 3 or 4. On Friday.
Got to get out of there before the homeless start wandering around.
I know. Man, Ray, you always bring that up.
I know, because I want to drive the point home that somebody needs to be taking care of these folks, and near as I can tell, they're not. So, although I will say, not to cloudy up the topic, but I passed by Linda's yesterday, and the old bandstand area that looked like it was staging area for homeless looks like they've cleaned that up. Don't know where they've gone. Maybe they're the new tenants over at Alupat Island. But anyway, so Toys for Tots. Deadline tomorrow between 10 and 3. Swing by and make the donations for the Marines, and Santa Claus will come by and pick it up and start getting ready to make deliveries.
That's right. That's right. They'll be delivered to Catholic Social Service, Salvation Army, and several other places next Friday. So that's the reason why we have to have everything here and then brought to a specific location where they'll be sorted, inventoried, and there you go, ready for Christmas. So
10 away
thanks
from the
again to the community.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much for the update. Reminder: Charlie Hermosa is working for me tomorrow, so you're welcome to call him and remind him and the other chamber folks that are going to be listening tomorrow as well about making it by the chamber office.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I thank you to the community for, again, supporting this program. And again, it goes to our youth in need. We are also working with the mayor's offices, and they've identified folks within their villages. So we're super excited. You know, some people don't have the means, the vehicle to get to Catholic Social Service or to Salvation Army. So the mayors are helping us out with that. So again, this is such a great outpouring of support from the community, and we just want to say thank you. And if you've got toys and they're ready to be put somewhere, bring them out to the chamber. And, you know, we're happy to welcome you and to have a photo with you.
Yeah. Make it an annual event because the Marines aren't going anywhere. Chamber's not going anywhere either. I'll see you pretty soon. Merry Christmas to you.
Indeed. Say hello to Shelly. We've been praying for her.
Oh, we'll do. She's listening. It's always verbal hugs on the radio. She's felt that.
For sure.
All right, sweetie.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Talk to you pretty soon. There's Kat from the Chamber of Commerce, 7:52 in the morning. And now on the line, Senator Chris Dueñas, 38th Guam Legislature, a new bill introduced, Bill number 240, which hopefully could go a ways to resolving some of the issues that we have. We know that there's not enough contractors here on Guam. I know we're up around 5,000 or so. Can't get much more because we don't have any place to put all of them. I think we've all of the barracks facilities that we've expected, plus barracks facilities unexpected, places like the Santa Fe, and there's a couple other spots down in Tumon, believe it or not, that are housing contractors down there as we're in the midst of a massive buildup. Looks like there's an interesting solution that you guys have sorted out over at the legislature. Good morning. Merry Christmas, Chris Dueñas.
Hey, good morning, Ray Gibson, Donna D, and Rojo. Merry Christmas to you, the Point family, and all the people of Guam. And great work, Catherine, in the chamber, always doing great stuff over there. I'd never stand in that way. And Shelly, half a day from your friend Chris from Guam. We're praying for you and looking forward to Ray's journey back there to help you and assist you to come back home and be with us. So
without giving up too many details, I got a note from Dr. Shea yesterday proclaiming everything a major success. If Shelley wants to give up any more details than that, then she'll do that on the Facebook side. But the communication between the doctors and myself, this is going to be the victory lap, if you will.
Great news, great news. Looking forward to you to coming home for Christmas and New Year's, Shelly. Yeah, you know, Ray, this workforce housing thing is not a new idea. It's been tried a couple legislatures. There's been some difficulty in committee. You know, the history of this, Ray, actually kind of full circle for me because the end of my executive experience and working for Governor Calvo, excuse me, Governor Camacho, during the Camacho Cruz time, Camacho Molan time, I was with the whole administration the whole way. I became the director of Department of Land Management for the last year and a half, ending in 2011. So I was the GLUC representative as the director, ex officio executive director. And so many companies were coming in during that time because that was Build Up One contemplation. And man, I tell you, Mayana Hotel, all kinds of stuff was on the table. And the GLUC process, Ray, is good. And it's understandable for protecting our community, but it's extremely cumbersome, and it's mostly a zoning issue. So if you look at the bill that's been reintroduced, it's not novel by me. Several senators have attempted this, but it's got caught up in committee. First of all, this is fully supported by the Guam Association of Realtors, one of our premier institutions for civic engagement. This has been foreshadowed for a long time in terms of what we're experiencing now. So what it really does is it takes M1 light industrial,
right,
which really is used outside of conditional use. You know, that we understand that M1 light industrial is not residential. It's a step above. It's something where you're contemplating larger buildings, warehouses, different things where, you know, activities are going to happen, but there's a lot of structures like that that can be converted into housing. It will still comply with all public health requirements, as you see. That's the first line in
Yeah,
the
so
section
we're
of
not
the
going to have
bill.
container villages like they did up in Saipan.
No, Ray. No, Ray. No, all of the sanitation requirements. In fact, as you go down on the permitted use now that we're putting it for light industrial, is really you see the fencing requirements. You see it must be serviced by a 6-inch line. Must be in a sewer area. I mean, all of the proper sanitation and regulation by public health is still there. It's really zoning, Ray. It really is just taking it from conditional use to another zoning that is typically, amenable to that situation. And it's sensible. I mean, like I said, I know it's going to go through the, typical gnashing of teeth and whatever else, which is fine. But I think we have senators now, at least a majority of senators, that see the wisdom of this and can see it through. And here's another fact, Ray, that is absolutely a fact. Not only in hotels, we know this already, and this is one of the reasons why GAR looks at this as a solution for continued housing, crisis that we have. Is there are a number of apartment buildings and apartments and any dwelling really that you can put more than 5 people that are not related in a family as per law in a place, and there's cars and vans and all kinds of transportation in villages that people are getting up and going to work on a project on base or on another big project. So the truth is it's taking up housing already in our housing crisis. So it's a double whammy solution, and hopefully we can get it done.
Well, as you say, introduced recently, and not the first time that we've gone down this road. I do note that it's got the usual suspects that have signed along with it. So I'm aware, is some of the problem here from among Democrats? Because I don't see any Democrats in a lineup of supporters from the legislature. There's you, Tony Ada, Jesse Lujan, Vicente Borja, Sabrina Salas Matanani, and Sean Gumatauta. That's the majority of the majority here. Where's everybody else?
Yeah, we circulated. I think there was a timing issue for some. I believe that we have I don't want to name them right now, but I believe we have a couple of Democrats that usually work with us closely on stuff like this. And we'll see as the public hearing comes to bear. But I believe I've got 8 or 9 votes already on it. We wanted to get it in because we want it's necessary.
Well, it's timely.
We want to work on it.
It's timely. I mean, it is one of the
yeah.
problems. I talked to Dave Del Sol about this. We've got a ton of H2s here already, but there's a whole lot more work that needs to be done. If you want to solve some of the housing crises that we've got off base, then it comes down to building as much as we possibly can off base, and we can't do it because we don't have the labor. Construction companies are busy with the work that they've got with the people that they've got, and one of the things that's holding us back from importing more H2s is the fact that we don't have any place to put them. So this looks like it would resolve that issue. Are you aware of any businesses? I mean, we talk about light industrial zones here on Guam. I can think of a couple off my top of my head, including one vast one across the street here and behind DPW and Marine Corps Drive here. Are there businesses down there that could make that conversion, say, from warehouse facilities to living spaces for contract employees in a short amount of time?
Yeah, my understanding is there's several properties that could probably convert within 90 days. Honestly, typically when you have especially in areas where there's sewer already. I mean, you can ramp up in terms of your stalls for additional showers and sanitation, bathrooms and toilets and all that stuff. You can build out easily in terms of putting in quarters where there's rooms and separation and different things, and also recreation outside. Some of these
you got to have some place to cook. You got to have some place to entertain the guys. Maybe a swimming pool, something like that. I'm wondering. There's other things. I mean, there's that mall down in across Mataping that's not being used. There might even be some abandoned government properties out there that we could temporarily rezone, allow them to, as an example, over by John F. Kennedy High School, the old, I'm trying to remember the name of the outfit that had it before. At any rate, there's a piece of abandoned property out there, could be rehabilitated, turned into housing. They could do that themselves and then stay there after the work has been completed, and then after everything is done, then return that back to the government of Guam.
It'll run the gamut, Ray. I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunity. It's just you got to get over this barrier, right? You have to get out of the conditional use situation. Unless, other than that, you know, and listen, you know, land management, GLUC, they do their job. I mean, it's a company. Anybody who's run that gauntlet understands. I mean, there's these projects, Swavely and all the other groups that go down there and sit before there. I mean, I sat through it. It's arduous, and most of the time you get public comment, which is fine. You get all that stuff. I mean, by the time you take a project, you know, from its introduction to GLUC to fruition, you're lucky if it's 9 months. Typically, it's, you know, 12 months to 18 to 2 years before you actually see movement. And, you know, that's the process, right? And it's
and it's a long time process. Speaking of time, I'm out of time. I got to break away. I got Fox News Live coming up. I'll chat again with you soon. I think this is an interesting piece of legislation, and it'll be interesting to see what the body does with it. And Merry Christmas to you. Check you later.
Safe travel. See you soon.
Shoot. Time for the news.
So reportedly that Hegseth did not improperly declassify material. Sentencing day for the first of 5 people who pleaded guilty in connection with the overdose death of Friends star Matthew Perry. A federal judge telling Dr. Salvador Plasencia he exploited Perry's addiction for profit, handing down a 2.5-year sentence. He could have faced 40 years in prison. Plasencia did not provide the ketamine that killed Perry, but had been one of his suppliers in the weeks before his death. America is listening to Fox News.
It's back. Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from November 17th to December 31, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
A Democratic congressman from Texas, Henry Cuellar, thanking President Trump for giving him and his wife a full pardon. They were facing trial next year in a federal bribery case.
On behalf of my wife and my family, I want to say thank you. I think the facts have been very clear about this.
The Cuellars say they're innocent. President Trump says the congressman was charged for speaking out against open borders.
He's a respected person. He was treated very badly because he said that people should not be allowed to pour into our country. And he was right.
In a social media post about the pardon, the president accusing Democrats of attacking anyone who dares to oppose a far-left agenda, and the Biden administration of weaponizing the Justice Department. Peace talks in Miami. A source tells the Associated Press Trump aides will meet with the top Ukrainian negotiator tomorrow in Florida. A special envoy met for several hours with Russia's president in Moscow yesterday. A streaming giant unwraps its list of top artists for the year.
Morgan Wallen is the king of Spotify's U.S. rap for 2025. I guess I'm the problem. According to the music streamer's end-of-year rap results, Wallen's album, I'm the Problem, is #1 on the list of the top U.S. albums. He appeared again further down the list with his album One Thing at a Time, taking the 9th spot. Other albums that made it onto the top U.S. albums list included Sabrina Carpenter's Short and Sweet, which came in at #6. And Taylor Swift's Life of a Showgirl, which landed at #8. Swift did take the top spot on Spotify's list of artists for the year, followed by Drake and Wallen. The Weeknd and Zach Bryan also made the list. Bad Bunny was the most played global artist.
Fox's Michelle Polino. On that global list, Bad Bunny ends Taylor Swift's 2-year run in the top spot. A strong day on Wall Street, the Dow finishing up 408 points. The S&P and the NASDAQ also in the green. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
You asked and we listened. The Bacon Portobello Mushroom Melt, a Wendy's favorite, is back. Try our deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, sauteed portobello mushrooms, and melted cheese, all on a soft toasted bun. Available only for a limited time. Head on over today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Bacon Portobello Mushroom Melt.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed the company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health. Experience the elegance of Mediterranean fine dining at Anamos. Savor handcrafted Italian and coastal flavors in a cozy setting. Open from 3 p.m. till 10 p.m. except Wednesday and Sunday. Visit animosguam.com. Animos, where sophistication meets delicious cuisine.
News this hour is brought to you by Family Finance.
Half a day, it's 8:07. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. There's new pushback from GDOE in the lawsuit over elevator access at Southern High School. Superintendent Eric Swanson opposes adding a second student to the case, saying the new claim is different from the original complaint filed in April by an 11th grader who uses a wheelchair. Swanson says the new student attended Southern High while an elevator was operating under a conditional permit, but the original student's lawyers say the elevator was not fully operational when classes began and that the permit was removed the next day. Swanson leaves the department on December 31, and new Superintendent Judy Wampat takes over on the 1st of January. Meanwhile, a report prepared for the Guam EPA confirms that Tumon Bay is contaminated with toxic chemicals. It has been listed as impaired for over 20 years due to high levels of dieldrin and chlordane, both banned pesticides and probable human carcinogens. The contamination fails to meet water quality standards for both aquatic life and consumption. The report identifies military installations and historical dumping grounds as possible sources of the pollution persisting in the northern Guam aquifer. Tumon Bay is ranked as a high priority site for cleanup under the Clean Water Act. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
The legislature is preparing to vote on Bill 192, which would fundamentally change the oversight of local Veterans Affairs. Sponsored by Senator Sabrina Salas-Matanani, the bill replaces the GOVA director with a new Veterans Affairs officer. This officer must be appointed upon the recommendation of the Guam Veterans Commission, giving the commission real authority. The bill, largely written by a coalition of veterans groups, aims to rebuild trust and ensure accountability. Senators debated an amendment by Senator Sabina Perez to ensure all veterans organizations on the commission are locally registered, which ultimately passed, sending the bill to the voting file. And over 1,000 students from 6 public high schools and GCC are preparing to enter Guam's hospitality workforce. Students in the hospitality and tourism management program, some as young as 16, are participating in registered youth apprenticeships. This program is seen as crucial for sustaining the industry and keeping local talent on Guam. At a tourism forum on Tuesday, students shared how the program helped them gain professional skills, including interview techniques and leadership. GCC's program chair, Carol Cruz, emphasized that students can start the 3-year program as early as their sophomore year to gain real-world experience. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
This should be a top story. I'm not sure that, do I have it? Yes, I do have this. There's some Jojo Camacho. You're familiar with him. And it is a story about a raccoon that got drunk at a liquor store in Virginia. and passed out in the bathroom. This will remind you of people that you know. A masked bandit terrorized a Virginia liquor store over the weekend, smashing multiple bottles of bourbon before passing out drunk on the bathroom floor. This is your senior year all over again. Are you feeling it? Animal protection officer about 20 minutes north of Richmond found the ransacker splooted, is the word they're using, splooted, out next to the toilet over the weekend. Quote, after a few hours of sleep and zero signs of injury other than maybe a hangover and poor life choices, he was safely released back into the wild. Raccoon, drunk, Virginia. Yes. 8:10 in the morning. Last look at weather for today. Let me see here. Partly sunny with highs near 87 degrees. I got easterly winds 11 to 15 miles an hour, gusting as high as about 18. Tonight, scattered showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy. Overnight lows should be about 79 degrees. I got scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for tomorrow. There's partly sunny skies, otherwise, with highs near 85 degrees. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy with overnight lows of about 79 degrees. Mostly sunny Saturday. Great for outdoor chores, maybe some shopping. Oh, I don't know. Saturday night, partly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. With a heat index today, we'll feel like 92 degrees and maybe a 20% chance of rain. They got sunrise this morning was at 6:30, sunset tonight about 5:52. There it is, news and weather together on 93.3. This is Pika's Best, The Point.
Travel goals unlocked. Whether it's Korea in the summer or Japan in the fall, the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank can help you turn your urge to explore into your next boarding pass. Apply by October 31st, 2025, and if approved, earn 45,000 bonus miles when you spend $2,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Unlock your next adventure with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/United.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
It's the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL, American President Lines, global presence with a local home. And the guys over at Medical City in Ortigas in the Philippines, you got a note from your doctor. Take that over to the referral office, and they will turn that into your next big trip to PI. Take care of executive checkups. Maybe you got a check engine light on your body that's going off. They can look into that as well. The number is 645-5655.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Wow. So this is kind of interesting. So we got Pam Duvall sends me a picture of a bus stop that has got apparently a homeless encampment there or an unlicensed dump, maybe both, on the back road to Anderson. And I'm wondering if maybe, you know, because she's apparently complained about it to the mayor out in Mangilau, and very little has been done by way of removing that. And it's the comments are getting pretty interesting in the onlines here. It's got Lynn Vince Bora Polino saying half a day, Maria Duenas Perez saying half a day to Sonny Cruz, and good morning to Joe Takai of Woostig Road. Maria Duenas Perez says, I've walked in Agania where the homeless people are, and it stinks. Something needs to be done. Maria, I'm sure they're having meetings. I'm sure there's meetings probably go 1-2 hours. Maybe they got to have they go so long you got to bring in sandwiches and water. But I don't know if anything is actually coming from any of these meetings. Pam says students can watch grown men use the bathroom on the side of their bus stop. Wow, congratulations. The picture on the junk, they use the bus stop like it's their living room. No joke. So sad. Pam says 2 years ago, they used the back of the bus stop and part of their wall. I called the Mangilau mayor. He had to take down the extension, and they only made it bigger. Chris has sent me a video this morning of what it looks like if you're coming in from the opposite end. Back road to Anderson and Route 15, so you can make out one area. Oh, there's an abandoned vehicle there and more junk, and then there's the bus stop, and then there's another abandoned vehicle and more junk. So I apparently
Is that their land?
it's-
Maybe that's their land.
You think
Ray.
maybe? Yeah,
It's
you can
possible.
do whatever you want to with your land. No,
I mean,
I don't know. I don't know if we put a bus stop on private property, but that's got to be. Maybe it's one of those things where it's only poor Micronesian kids live out in the back road to Anderson, so we just let them whatever. We don't need to go and clean that up.
There's no HOA back there.
There's no homeowners association that you got to check in with. Absolutely deplorable conditions that we've got out there, and there doesn't seem to be anybody that is capable of doing anything about it. As I said, the last guy that had a plan was Doug Moylan, but they didn't like his plan over at the governor's office. So the most meaningful part of the plan, which is we'll take these homeless people and put them someplace overnight, where we give them something hot to eat, and we'll give them a room that they can sleep in and someplace with a shower, so they might be able to go to a job and become employed if they so desire, and maybe be able to lift themselves out of that. Governor's office decided, oh my God, that plan it's too sound. It could work. It could resolve this problem. Couldn't possibly let it happen. So they dug into the procurement on the housing facility that Doug had already taken care of, and determined that was illegal. Did not follow procurement rules. I don't know if anybody else complained, but the governor's office did. And as a result, there is no working plan right now that I'm aware of to deal with the homeless crisis that we've got here on Guam. How bad is it? Well, tourists that go and hang out over at Dunkas Beach, Jimmy D's area, for sunset, you get to see the homeless people over at Lupat Island, because as of the other day that I know of, all they're doing is watching the situation. There's a whole department that is in charge of this, and they've decided that all they're going to do is watch the situation and see what do you suppose is going to happen. If you don't remove them, they're going to stay there, and if you let them stay long enough, they'll be joined by other people. And pretty soon it will be its own little colony. I get it, but this is not. People say we got to be more compassionate about this. I don't know what. There's nothing about letting people live outside that has any compassion at all, and especially at this time of year, the holidays. Be of good cheer, goodwill to men. I don't see where there's goodwill to all of these people that find themselves, for one reason or another. I know some people like it. But there's a whole bunch of other people that I'm sure would much prefer to live indoors someplace. And I know Stephen Liz is going to ask the question about what about that place in Aniguac that they bought? Were they, or did they rehabilitate it? Did they refurb it? Is it ready for occupancy now? Can some of the people that want to live someplace where they can lay their head down in safety and comfort?
I've seen it's clean.
Is it clean?
Refurb.
Anybody there?
Everyone are all the other buildings around it, though, they have barbed wire.
Also in Agana, you can smell the urine. It's mutung there, says Maria Duenas Perez. I get it. That's not my fault. Although I have been known from time to time to be a little boy in that area. And if I can't find a bathroom, I'll make one. Anyway,
permission.
You know what I know is if I open both of the doors to the truck. Yeah. Anyway, I'll just leave that there. 818-8884. What's the phone number? Is 888-255-888-TALK. That's the phone number around here. We got all kinds of other stuff that we can talk about this morning, and the words are important. The guy talking about that drunk raccoon used the word splooted. Did you look that up?
No,
Donna,
man.
could you look it up? Could you go to a website where we have definitions of words and find out what the word splooted? Should we be using that more? For example, when you're passing by like one of the hotels or the front lobby of a hotel somewhere in Tumon, and you got a homeless guy laying down in front. Do we refer to that as, is that splooted now? Can we? Okay, so imagine your cat, ladies and gentlemen, when it's having one of those moments, and it's got the arms are outstretched and the legs likewise outstretched, so it looks like a letter X.
That's so cute.
That is apparently what splooted is. Okay, no, you don't normally see that with the homeless in Tumon. Normally, it's just they've got their heads, in the corner of the building and their butt cracks facing out to the tourists. No, it's the next. It's the next pink building. Is be on the hunt for the dogging out and with the homeless out in the bus shelters and things like that they've got out there. At any rate, as I said, the guy that's supposed to be in charge of this, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, is AWOL when it comes to this particular issue. I think they do show up for ribbon cuttings like they did.
Those are the best of times, Ray. If not for that, what will we have?
I'm about to choke on my beetle nut again. No, it's no, because it's dry beetle nut, but it was kind of, I don't know. It was falling apart before it got dry, so now it's instantaneous shards when I put it in my mouth, and so the answer is yes. I'm going to once again try to get as much beetle nut as possible to keep my mouth from being lonely in the Philippines, because I don't know that they have any there that I was able to find last time, and so I want to apologize, sort of, for the interview that we did yesterday, about 9:10 or so. I thought Clayton Duvall, Pam's boy, was going to be in the studio, and I thought the conversation was going to be about the house cleaning, Black Widow cleaning company that he's got there. And as it turns out, it wasn't. It was about skateboarding. And there's a couple of guys outside in the front office, and I didn't know who they were. One's a guy, I think I might have met him once. Giacomo was his name, and the other one was a guy named Tommy Finn. And as it turns out, Tommy Finn is a famous, like world famous, like name brand skateboarder star. And here I am talking to this guy like we're going to exchange information about how I can keep my bachelor bathroom clean at the house. And as it turns out, it was somebody completely different. I went by to meet up with some of my surfer and skateboard buddies over at Mosa's, and apparently this guy was in there the night before. Apparently,
that's the skate spot.
Right. Apparently, they'd taken a skate surf spot. They'd apparently take him and the crew down to Moses. And I mentioned it to my buddy Chad. I'm like, hey, do you recognize this guy? He's like, oh, yeah, that's Tommy Finn. He's famous. He was here last night for dinner. And I'm like walking around, total egg on my face. So do we have anybody famous coming in today, Real Joe? It's just Michelle Peer a little bit later on.
She's a local celebrity.
Yes, kind of a local celebrity, big artist here. Johnny Utah Online says Alupat Island is treacherous. There's only a small amount of area for people to stay high tide, and that's almost gone. Not exactly an ideal spot. Well, they picked a good spot. For those of you that understand that area, recognize that there's not a whole lot by way of tide there. I mean, even at high tide, you can walk out to the island and maybe get wet right up until mid-thigh or so. It's just a little bit of a stretch of a walk. There was something I wanted to get to here this morning. I don't know if I'm going to be able to spend a lot of time. First of all, I got to find it. There's a story there. There it is. There's the story. And I always feel like I'm on the fence on this, one way or the other. And I don't know that I've got a skin in the game anymore because I don't. My daughter's all grown up now. We did a Zoom thing yesterday. For her class, I was supposed to interview her like I'm a host of a medical podcast.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It was kind of cool.
You know all the terms.
She fortunately wrote them all down for me and put them in the script that I used. And she says, "Are you ready?" I said, "Yeah, I printed out the script, ready to go." And she says, "You printed it out?" I'm like, "Yeah." And oh my God, I said, I'm a man of a certain age. What was I supposed to do? And she said, she showed me her phone. She says, you should have been able to just read it on the phone. So I'm just not there. But anyway, so she's of that generation. She didn't grow up with the internet. She grew up in the internet. And I remember the conversation when she was, I don't know, couldn't have been any older than second or third grade. We were already talking about whether or not she was going to get a cell phone. Now, bear in mind, back in those days, that's pretty much all they were. They weren't, as crazy going nuts, app and super social media like it is today. So it was not, the hardest conversation that we were going to have, but more and more they're talking about cracking down on teens. What was that story that was it Australia or France? The other day we were talking about
it was Aussie.
Australia, right?
Yeah, they're cracking down.
You cannot use social media. Like Facebook and the WhatsApps and the Instagrams and Threads.
16, I think.
Yeah, until you're 16, and you're gonna have to prove your age before you can. And the government of Australia is actually cracking down on this, and it's spreading. It's spreading. French President Emmanuel Macron.
Yeah. Yeah, his husband.
Yeah, last week endorsed the idea of cell phone bans in high schools, becoming the latest world leader to back restrictions on teen tech and social media use. Do you suppose there might be some desperate member of the 38th Guam legislature that is looking at the handwriting on the walls and reading the polls and saying, I may not be here for the 39th unless I come up with something good like, I don't know, increasing the minimum wage? How about amnesty on lapsed taxes? How about this? Taking the cell phones out of the hands of our teenagers for their own good. Data continues to suggest a correlation between children's smartphone use and poor mental and physical health. Australia will become the first major democratic nation to ban children under 16 from popular apps like TikTok and Instagram. South Korea passed a measure earlier this year to ban cell phones in school. Denmark's government announced plans to ban access to social media for minors under the age of 15. Brazil will soon require children under 16 to link their social media accounts to a guardian who then can impose restrictions on that social media account, like where you can go, what groups you can join, who you can communicate and interact with. And in New Zealand, Parliament has banned cell phones in schools in 2024, and there's more like that on the way. So I wonder if there's conversations like that going on here on Guam, where they would take the kids and basically divorce them, remove them from the concept of just use the cell phone. You call mom and dad, in case of emergencies or something like that. But otherwise. Well, I don't know. You still got to give them access to like Chat GPT or something like that.
Kitty app for them.
What's that?
Kitty apps.
That's even more scary.
Little kitties.
Yeah, that's even more scary. Your Teddy Ruxpins that all of a sudden are going to be self-aware and because they've got AI in them. Okay, wait a second. Joe Cruz writing me here. They're asking for, what do they want?
Christmas lights.
On the thing, on the visual,
on the frame, man.
I was thinking about that this morning. I might do that for Charlie. It's either that I'm gonna wait until I come back. No, I was literally thinking about that this morning. I don't think they blink. The ones that I have.
Oh, I
had before. It's an animated GIF that is supposed to. I can put on the thing, and then it looks like it's blinking. It's a capability that we have that I don't use very often. As an example, there's one that I can put up on the screen anytime. There's Homer Simpson being very, very happy about something, right? Oh, man. So I can use that one. There's another one for when like I do a contest and somebody gives me the correct answer. I've got a gift that I can put of the happy emoji in there. But there's plenty of you that will see this from time to time. The little freezing, the little thing that goes around the screen.
You do that on purpose,
yeah,
dude?
I can do that. I can do that on purpose. So yeah, there's I've got the technology to be able to do the flashing, gifts of Christmas lights. I'll take a look at it. Joey and Vanjigogwe, is this a request? You want me to talk about the boil water notice in parts of Zotnya?
Oh, yeah.
We have a word, there's language. We have language for that. There's Hanum, Chamorro word for water, Taki, which is the Chamorro word for Taki.
That's that
so
fecal.
we have Hanum Taki. Apparently, they thought they had cleaned it out. They did a whole bunch of purging of the system and running some tests. But apparently, what is it, Donna? There's a well, one well where they're still running into something like
pooping in that well, Ray.
There's got
a homeless dude,
bro. It would not surprise me. It would not surprise me. I don't know where the water comes from out there. I don't know. There's new guys over at EPA. Maybe they can go and take a look at it, isolate it, but boil the water. Even if there was a boil water nose, I don't know. In my neighborhood, I tend to be. I don't know if I want to say fan or defender, but it's we're talking about a significant enterprise. And a significant enterprise responsibilities that these guys got to be able to provide clean water to the entirety of the island, from inside the base to outside the base, and everybody's got all of these demands. And there's all kinds of things that will sneak into the water, like the PFAS and the deodorants, and now the poo-poo that is in the water. Maybe it came from the Ganya swimming pool, the central location. But the idea that they get it right about 99.999% of of the time is sufficient for me not to have to worry about having somebody deliver water to my house. We've talked about my arrangements for water. I live in a particularly rocky area in the GWA system, so generally within about a week or two of anything in my shower, it will be coated with a fine patina, if you will, of this white chalky substance that comes from the water.
Good for you. That's calcium. Right?
That's exactly what
Strong
they've said
bones.
before. That's exactly what they've said. So I've got one of those whole house filters in the side of the house. It's one of those GE things. It's nothing crazy. It's not like Culligan comes over or anything like that. But I've got a whole house filter that is the first line of defense for the water. After that, I've got one of those pure PUR water devices that I got from Home Depot. Likewise, and you change the filters on those occasionally, and that keeps it's activated carbon, which according to Simon Sanchez is the standard for water purification. So even if there was caca in the water that I've got at the house, it's filtered on the outside, and before it goes into the rice cooker or the coffee maker or my mouth or the ice trays in the freezer, it goes through another round of filtration going through the activated charcoal. That, to me, seems to be a good working thing for my house. But again, I'm only 63 years old. That I'm aware of, I'm not sick. I don't have any comorbidities. If I had a little baby in the house, it would be different. If I had somebody older than me in the house, it would be likewise different as well. Maybe I'd spend a little bit more time concentrating on the idea of filtration. 8:31 in the morning. Donna D with news and headlines coming up in a second. Remind me before we're done, because there's an interesting story about a defendant who probably would have gotten away with it, except she was wearing tight shorts. I've got that story for you. This is a local story. I've got that story for you coming up in a few minutes. In the meantime, last break before we excuse Donna, and like I said, celebrity birthdays and special events on the way. Stay there.
Start your day with our Spam or Bacon Wraps, perfectly grilled and packed to go. Or taste the twist on a classic with the KFC Colonel's Masubi in original and zinger flavors. Hungry for more? Dig into the KFC Colonel's Big Platter. Sausage, egg, biscuit, and crispy hash brown. All in one hearty plate. Pair it with our premium Lavazza coffee or the refreshing zest of the new KFC Calamansi juice. Breakfast has never been this exciting. Only at KFC Breakfast. So good, so breakfast.
Bundle smarter, work better. When you're running a business, every decision counts. Now's your chance to make one that gives you more. For a limited time, get hybrid fiber internet up to 1 gig for as low as $125 a month. Plus, get up to 6 months of free internet and free Samsung Galaxy earbuds when you bundle with Docomo Pacific. Ready to get started? Try our free bundles calculator by visiting info.docomopacific.com/radio25. While supplies last, some conditions apply.
21 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or blazebykcrank.com.
No, literally, that is the best thing that you can get. If there's a guy on your Christmas list and you don't know what to get them, a knife. And obviously a Shinarp one from Frank the Crank is always a welcome gift. In fact, I think he's posted a picture of one of them that I have at the house. It is part of my EDC, as they say, everyday carry, and I'd use it more often. But it's one of those knives. I'm sure, Joe, you've got the same feeling about some of the Frank the Crank knives. Is I always get scared that when I open it, I'm going to slice my hand open.
Yeah.
Yep. Right. Like
Don't
my
touch it, man.
Don't touch it. Don't look at it because you will. It will cut something and make to the point where it almost requires stitches. We keep you in stitches here in the morning. 8:33. Last big look at news and headlines with Donna D. Until I get back. Off of Donna, what's going on?
5 people sustained non-fatal injuries in a school bus and SUV crash in Manila yesterday afternoon. The crash occurred around 3:20 on Route 15 as the bus was unloading students. A male minor exiting the bus was struck and transported to GMH. GPD is investigating the accident. Meanwhile, an expert warns that deep-sea mining near the Marianas could kill marine life and contaminate fish with heavy metals. University of Hawaii ecologist Jeff Drazen stated that sediment plumes could destroy food sources for ocean fish. The federal government is currently seeking interest from companies to lease seafloor tracts near the Marianas for commercial mining. And UOG is hosting a workshop on Saturday, December 13, focused on making flour from breadfruit. Breadfruit often spoils due to its short 3 to 5 day shelf life. For a $15 fee, the workshop teaches participants how to process the fruit into a gluten-free flour that can be stored for up to a year for use in baking. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Let me just double check that story, because I got an email from the university yesterday.
About the mining?
Something about retracting it, about retracting that story on the breadfruit deal. I think, yeah, they might have run into some kind of a speed bump. I'll find it in a second, but call before you go if that's something that you're like super interested in, because they might have made a change. I'm scanning through the emails that I got. Crystal Paco, San Augustine, Landon Idlet. Let me see. I got an email from Shaq here wanting my phone number because tomorrow, right around this time, he ought to be several miles into the 100-mile run that him and another friend of ours is going to be working through in the thing. And you know what? Can I just also, somebody should have told me and nobody did, but there was apparently a run with friends yesterday in Tumon, Real Joe. Did you know about that?
Oh, yeah, I saw them, man. I was looking for you.
I wasn't there. I didn't know. I forgot that it was a new month. I knew that they were only going to do one in November, so I wasn't even thinking about it too much, and it didn't occur to me until I saw some pictures this morning from my other running buddies that didn't tell me anything about it, that said, oh, yeah, we ran with friends last night. Well, crap.
Oh, yeah, all the hotties were there.
Yeah, I know. No, yes, you're absolutely right. But anyway, Shaq tomorrow is going to start the 100-mile run.
Is that for autism?
It's for autism, yeah.
Awesome.
Big fundraiser. I got a shirt, but he wanted to send me. He wanted to get my phone number so he could send me the beacon that he'll be on, so I would know where he is.
Ooh, dude, don't give him your number.
No.
It's gonna bother you all the time.
No, because I want to. I would. So if I wasn't leaving tomorrow, I would
be joining him.
I would go from here. Yeah, I would go from here and wherever he was, run with him for a few miles. And because you're allowed to do that.
I have friends that are doing it with him too.
Yep. So do I. And so he wanted me to know where he was, so I could just go directly to where he was and then do that running thing with him. So I don't know if I'm going to have a chance. Obviously, I'm not going to have a chance to do it. If you do, that's awesome. And if you haven't already gotten a shirt or otherwise made a donation for the autism community, just be on the lookout for Major Joe, and she'll let you know about how you can accomplish that. And way to do that, Shaq. Appreciate that. If for no other reason, because I want to say it's going to bring a lot of attention to the running community here on Guam. Not that we need more, but it's just that it's a healthy thing to do, and you can do it when it's raining, you can do it when the sun's out, I've got to say that one of the things, I started running because I wanted to be healthier. That was the initial reason why I started when I was in my 40s. But the reason why I continue to run is because I genuinely love the people that I get to meet up with. I mean, it's back in the olden days, to go hang out at the karaoke bar, happy hour, go hang out lights, captain's table, whatever, and that was my social life. And now the social life is Saturday and Sunday mornings or Tuesdays in Aganu with Southern Mountain Gear, running with friends on the occasional Wednesday night. That's the new social. That is the new social, and a great chance to hang out with, especially the ates. All of my married girlfriends are hanging out. Where was I? 8:38 in the morning. Donna, celebrity birthdays. You ready? Yeah. All right. Max Bear Jr. of the Beverly Hillbillies is 88 years old. I think he is the last of the Beverly Hillbillies. He was
the baby.
To remain with us. Jeff Bridges, the actor.
Oh, wow.
One of the many.
One is that?
I don't know.
How old is he?
Starman.
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think Starman.
The
King
dude,
Kong.
The dude.
I don't know about that. Anyway, so Jeff Bridges, you can look him up, is 76 years old. Marissa Tomei is 61 years
Nice.
old.
My cousin Vinny.
Is that her? I wasn't sure. I
That's
didn't want to say
her.
anything.
That's her.
Yeah.
I love that movie. That the closing, not the closing scene, but the scene in the courtroom where she's
she knew all about all the mechanics.
Yeah. No, couldn't have done it with that transmission. No. Yeah.
Great.
She was absolutely terrific in that. She is 61 years old. Jay-Z, the rapper, turns 56. Who's he married to? Is he married to a famous somebody?
Beyonce.
Is that the one?
Yeah, they're billionaires. They don't know us.
I don't like them.
She's a country singer, Ray.
All of a sudden, Lee.
Yeah. Tyra Banks, the model, is 52 years old, probably still hot.
No.
Here's an interesting musical tidbit here. Was on this date. In 1956, during a Carl Perkins recording session involving Jerry Lee Lewis and Johnny Cash. All right, so that's already hot, right? Carl Perkins, Jerry Lee Lewis, and Johnny Cash at Sun Records in Memphis, Tennessee. Elvis Presley visited the studio and extensively jammed with Perkins and Lewis with the tape recorder rolling. Cash reportedly participated briefly before leaving the studio with his wife and daughter. The four men became known as the $1 Million Quartet. The complete tape from the legendary session was eventually released on CD back in 1987. That might be worth chasing down.
I was going to say, where is it now?
I don't know. Well, it's on CD. Sure, they made more than one because that was the way they did things in 1987. I'd like to, I'm on that vinyl kick, but I don't know. The recording technology available in 1956, you could literally play it off the bottom of a tin can and it would still sound pretty good. What have we got here? Cheetah Day, if you're looking for a special event, not cheater, but cheetah.
Like Meow Meows?
Like Meow Meow, big Meow Meow. Did it again last night. I found another video
Of a Meow Meow?
of a hotel with Meow Meows.
Oh, where?
In Japan.
Where exactly?
Japan.
I want to know.
I'm just saying, guys.
Go there.
There's another one of these out of the box notions. There is a place, an otherwise forgettable part of southern Japan. That in fact, I want to say it's hard to get to. It's one of those things where you'd have to fly into like Narita and then go to another airport and then get on a train and then finally like a cab to get to this. It's a seaside place.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
And it's a hotel that's got literally 80 cats that live there. Most of them are rescues. For the most part, they're brought in, taken care of, spayed, neutered, and otherwise restored to health. And they live in the hotel. There's places where they go, and you're allowed to play with them. And there's little holes cut out in the door so they can come and go. Perfect, real Joe. And there's now. Why could we not do something like this here on Guam? Why could we not take someplace into my and it wouldn't
because our cats are mean
and they're raggedy. We have mean cats.
Cats are mean, dude.
Cats.
Yeah. Maybe the nice ones over at Landon's house.
They're not nice. Oh my
Those
god.
are the meanest, dude.
Mia still has her scars from Lulu.
I'm just so here's it wouldn't be the entire hotel. But maybe a couple of floors.
Yes.
I would just do a couple of floors and make those floors, dedicated to the cats. Maybe with a
floors.
little common area. Yeah. And just kind of have them. They could walk the grounds and then they could go up and they couldn't go any higher than a couple of floors. We build in little cat tunnels so they can get back and forth. I think that would be to die for. I think that there would be tourists coming in from all over the place to play with our Guam kitty cats.
And locals.
And locals might have a good time with it as well. It's Cookie Day.
Yay.
Dice Day, as in throw the dice. Santa's List Day. Yeah, it's tricky because I think we're all on the naughty list.
Yeah.
Sock Day.
Sock?
As in, I'm assuming this is like socks that go between your shoes and your feet.
Oh, yeah.
To which I will once again give the Ray Gibson secret to a happy life is only buy one kind of socks. Buy one color socks. That's it. Go to the store.
Yes.
Throw away every sock that you have right now. I don't care where your mom gave it to you on the deathbed. Throw it out. Or just never ever wear them or launder them and put them in a special place. Anything else, any of your daily shoes, go to Kmart, go to May, whatever. Buy one kind of socks. Buy 2 packs of one kind of socks, one color, one thickness, and that's it. And then when you lose them in the laundry or whatever, who cares? They will always twin. They will always twin. The only exception that I have for that is socks that I have for running. But even they're the same. I bought the same kind of socks.
The ones from Kmart?
No, I got these in PI because they were on sale. Anyway, so that's how you live a happy life. Is just that way you don't have to worry about matching socks on laundry day. They just all go into the same drawer. It's wear brown shoes days. Got mine on.
Oh, darn.
And
Oh, wow, you got brown shoes.
Wildlife Conservation Day. I got brown eyes too.
Let's do that.
Wildlife Conservation Day. Exactly. We'll start with the cats and the rhinoceros beetles and the brown tree snakes, etc. It's 8:44 in the morning. Donna, that's enough out of you.
Okay, bye.
I'll talk to you pretty soon. What's that, Sarita, with reporting here? Good luck, Shaq and Lucille Pasana de Ramos, for tomorrow's 100-mile autism run. Let me see. Last Tuesday, another report from Sarita says, last Tuesday, I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. No, sorry. Says, last Tuesday evening, the airport restrooms were out of water at the departure area.
It happens.
Travelers cannot use the restroom. It stinks only on Guam.
Dude, just hold it.
Until you get to Japan.
Yeah, just hold it.
Hold it till you get on the
come on,
airplane, and just throw your stuff in the overhead bin and keep going till the end, until you get to the Section 8 end part of the airplane where you might be able to go pee-pee. Smug Wimp says Jeff Bridges is the dude, and Therese Garcia says, good morning. When we return, the tale of Gertrudis and her ultra-tight shorts that got her busted. Details coming up.
Celebrate the season with Subway's limited time festive flavors collection. Sink your teeth into the meat-loaded Terhamkin, festive turkey, or festive chicken. Want to dial up your holiday flavors? Add cranberry sauce or stuffing to any sub for just $1 more. Happy feasting only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Celebrating the 176-year anniversary of American President Lines, APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S.-flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and are here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL, global presence with a local home.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
Let me see if I can do it with Grok. Donna, a little bit disappointed because I've got a story about a chick that got busted, and she got busted with crystal methamphetamine. Yeah. Well, so I was looking to see if I could have Grok make me a picture of a druggy chick with like super tight shorts.
Kakanu.
Yeah, definitely Kakanu. Grok knows Kakanu.
Let's dig that out.
It can. And if you don't know, just ask a brown person. They'll describe what the definition of Kakanu is. 8:47 in the morning, November 29th, while conducting a traffic stop, a gray Toyota Corolla in Flora Pagu, Officer Iriarte and back identified three individuals within the vehicle. One Anthony Concepcion, one Darcy Ariola, and one Gertrudis Terrageo. Familiar name, yes?
Absolutely.
Darcy,
Yes.
The Darcy requested to be assessed by GFD medics, to which Officer Beck requested medical assistance. When GFD medics arrived, Officer Iriarte requested defendant Gertrudis Terrageo to step out of the vehicle to allow access for the medics to assess Darcy. As defendant stepped out of the vehicle and due to the tightness of her shorts, Officer Iriarte observed an object in the defendant's right shorts pocket resembling the shape of a... There's something here with a bulbous end. Officer Iriarte questioned what the item was, to which the defendant replied, "It's my pipe, sir. I also have another one." Officer Iriarte stopped the defendant for speaking further and advised her of her Miranda rights. Defendant acknowledged her rights and removed not one, but two glass pipes from each of her shorts pockets and handed them over to Officer Iriarte, who observed them to have bulbous ends containing burnt brown residue determined to be used to smoke methamphetamines. Officer Iarte also observed the defendant holding a clear resealable baggie when she flipped out her left pocket, and when asked to open her hand was noted to have a clear baggie containing white crystalline substance suspected to be methamphetamines. Defendant also confessed to having a backpack in the back seat of the vehicle containing a bong that she used to smoke methamphetamines. After confiscating the evidence and while at the location, Iriarte conducted a field test of each item, yielding a presumptive positive for crystal methamphetamine. Number one, girls in trouble with short shorts. Who wears short shorts? We wear short shorts with our pockets containing glass pipes with the bulbous end.
Familiar.
I know it. But that's I don't know. There's a part of me, and I've mentioned this before. And it kind of bothersome as I think about it. It's it's like when dumb guys get in trouble. You just go, well, that's what you get because he's a dumb guy. Maybe his parents didn't love him enough, or maybe they loved him too much and never said no and never learned anything about consequences for your actions and the dumb things that you do in life, like getting hooked on crystal methamphetamine. But anyway, so in my mind, it's natural for there to be dumb guys doing dumb things and getting busted for that dumb stuff. I'm sure there's a part of the Guam Code annotated. It's kind of a catch-all. What were you convicted of? I don't know. Just dumb stuff, man. That's judge threw the book at me for doing dumb things. But it bothers me because I always considered girls smarter. It's thought that they always say that
what we were told.
Girls mature earlier. They're smarter than we are. They can see through that. And then to hear about, because it's not the only one. I want to say I got another magistrate report today, although I don't think it says anything about short shorts. But please keep listening anyway. But it's there's a growing number of magistrate reports where the person that they're talking about is a girl. Dolores Lynn is the name of the girl that got busted for trying to smuggle in drugs into the prison. Let me see. 12:23 p.m. Colonel Camacho met with Dolores Lynn Mayno at the Department of Corrections when Mayno presented herself to Camacho for the purpose of delivering items for incoming to Department of Corrections detainee Harry Beneventi. Within the items submitted by Mayno were a pair of black, white, gray Adidas brand shoes. I wonder if they were the good ones, like the Addy Zeros.
Yeah.
Need that for if you're going to break out.
Expensive
If you're going to break out of prison, that's what you want to be wearing, Addy Zeros, because you're faster. These are fast shoes. A search of the item by Colonel Camacho discovered that within the inner sole of the right shoe, hidden under the shoe lining, was a medical syringe containing suspected methamphetamine. At 4:30 same day, GPD officers Nangao, Minglotia, and Sal arrived at the facility, receiving a report from Colonel Camacho of her contact with Mayno and the discovery of the syringe. And then there was more that was found. More items with bulbous ends on them that now, instead of just delivering stuff to the prison, she's in the prison.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She didn't go anywhere, huh?
No.
She had to stay.
No. There's another one of these chicks in trouble.
Should just legalize it, Ray.
What's that, crystal?
Tax it, yeah. Let them have it.
Like they do in Europe?
Yeah. Go for it, bro.
Officer...
I'm kidding, man.
No. There's another story about it. An interesting chick fight. When is this? December 1st.
See, there's nothing for girls to do on Guam. That's why.
Right. Crystal methamphetamine. Look at everybody else's phone and say, "Are you cheating on? Are you cheating behind my back with my old man?" Officer Leon Guerrero overheard a radio transmission of a reported disturbance at Lovely Nails in Harmon. And some of you are listening going, hey, that's where I get my nails done. What's going on? Upon arrivals, Officer Leon Guerrero met with Kim Nguyen, who reported that while she was outside her place of work, she was approached by a female individual, later identified as Judy Ann, who came up and pulled Nguyen's hair. She stated that she then tried to push the woman away from her, and the female defendant responded by one time punching Nguyen on the right side of her face. She reported that a male individual unknown to her, later identified to be Sung-Hoo Hong, arrived to separate Nguyen from her attacker. She stated that after being separated, the defendant entered into a gray Jeep Gladiator, which then left the parking lot. Before the departure, Nguyen noted that the defendant appeared to be drunk, unable to maintain her balance, and smelled of alcohol during the brief encounter in which she one time punched her in the face, broke her face there.
Mortal Kombat.
I'm looking to see if there's anything more interesting about this. And it's, wow. And then it goes, Then it goes into the story about the syringe again. Wondering if that's one of those weird Control V's that was in there. Anyway, the crazy things that are happening with the women in this community, and as I say, it's a little bit disappointing for me as a boy because I always thought women were too smart for that kind of thing. Apparently, we're raising a generation of women that are almost as dumb as the guys. So if I don't know. I'm always saying things like count your change. But the things are changing. 8:54, I got an email today from the U.S. Mint. And you'll recall, I told you when they stop making pennies, there's going to be a demand specifically for the 2025 pennies.
The last run.
The last of them. And the guys over at the U.S. Mint figured it out as well. There is now going to be an auction. They're not just selling them. It's an auction online for you to bid on one of several lots of the last 2025 pennies. They're called the Omega pennies. And I believe that the Mint now has gone and has made pennies with the Omega Greek sign. Yes. Yes. Yes, they're not just selling them.
Special.
They sell gold coins on the U.S. Mint website. But these coins are so special that they're going to be going up for auction. They will be available on eBay almost immediately. The guys are going to get the real rich guys, the heavy-duty numismatists are going to buy them, in as many lots as they possibly can. And then they're going to go on sale on eBay. And you will be able to, on eBay, buy 3 pennies. And it's probably going to end up being in the thousands of dollars for all 3 of them. There's nothing special about them. They're not proof coins. They're not made out of gold or anything like that. They're 3 pennies. They just happen to be among the last of the uncirculated pennies that the U.S. Mint is making. And the government of the United States of America, the U.S. Mint, will probably be able to make enough money to continue to print at a loss some of the other things that come out of there. Nickels that cost us a dime to make or something like that.
Do you think they separated the one, the very, very last penny made?
Somebody's got it.
And then marked it. It was the last one.
Somebody's got it.
Elon has it.
Peter Santos, I'm not going to read that question.
Yeah, Peter, man, that's rude.
Did he send it to you too?
No, I just know Peter.
He wanted to know if there were any distinctions between front or back Kakanu.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Hey, Pedro, 8:57 and change. Stores are posting signs retraining cashiers, spending millions on tech fixes, and in many cases, rounding down to avoid disputes, thus eating the cost of what's happening in the stores. Due to the U.S. Treasury halting production on pennies nationwide, stores are putting up signs that say, we will be rounding change to the nearest 5 cents. Menu prices remain unchanged. Only your change will be rounded. And so if your charge for whatever it is that you're ordering ends in 1 or 2 cents, they will round it down to 0. If it ends in 3 or 4, they will round up to the nearest nickel. If it ends in 5 or 0, exact change will be given. And if it ends in 6 or 7, we'll round down to 5. If it ends in 8 or 9, they're rounding up to 10. Did you get all that?
My brain's about to explode.
Did you get all of that? I haven't had the need to worry about rounding things up or down since about the 2nd or 3rd grade, but that's what's happening now. Some retailers are launching penny drives, and they expected that there's going to be more of that after the holidays. Food Industry Association says the shortage is creating legal and compliance challenges, especially for folks in the food stamp transactions that require exact pricing. Which makes rounding legally tricky for them. Don't know what the guidance is going to end up being on that. They say that the burden is going to fall hardest on low-income and older Americans. I don't know about that on the older Americans part because I'm an older American, and I pick up pennies on the side. I picked one up yesterday. Where was I? Was it yesterday, the day before? I can't remember. It was someplace, and I looked down on the ground, and there was a penny.
1 cent richer.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. Yes. But we've talked about the mentality of doing this before. I believe that every time God puts a penny in front of me, it's a test. He is testing me. Are you so rich, Ray, that you're willing to walk over a penny and leave it there? Are you so confident in your riches that you would step over a penny? And I always believed that if I left it there, if I did not pick it up, then God would send me a financial lesson and teach me how to be poor. And at 8:59 in the morning, I'm too old to be poor. I got a breakaway. Got Fox News Live coming up here in just a second. Donna D. No, not Donna D. with news and headlines. I think we're going to be talking about art and culture with Michelle Peer, among other things, as the program continues here. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 KUSG. Got you, what is it, Pika's Best 5 times already? Wow. We must be good. I'm going to try to keep it up here. All right, Fox News Live is coming up next. I'm going to leave you with the music for about 9 seconds.
U.S. personnel were put at risk. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. That's the finding of a Pentagon watchdog after looking into the use of Signal to relay information about airstrikes.
Both U.S. troops and the overall mission were put at risk when Secretary Pete Hegseth used the Signal messaging app to update officials about airstrikes against terrorists in Yemen. But an Inspector General's report also says Hegseth has the ability to declassify material and did not do so improperly. Hegseth had long denied sharing classified information in the chat, and a spokesperson for the Pentagon says the IG's report is a total exoneration for Hegseth, and the department now considers the matter resolved and the case closed. The use of Signal by senior officials came to light after a journalist was accidentally added to the chat group.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries says he hasn't seen the report, but said
Pete Hegseth is the most unqualified Secretary of Defense in American history. The sooner he's gone, the better off the American people.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky posting on X that they're preparing meetings in the U.S. after Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner traveled to Moscow to sit down with Russian President Vladimir Putin to negotiate an end to the war. President Trump was asked about those meetings this afternoon.
I thought they had a very good meeting yesterday with President Putin. We'll see what happens.
Witkoff and Kushner are expected to meet with Ukraine's top negotiator in Miami later this week. A doctor who pled guilty to selling ketamine to Matthew Perry in the weeks before the actor's overdose death in 2023 has been sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. The judge also sentenced Dr. Salvador Plasencia to 2 years of probation. Wall Street stocks rose to near record levels. The Dow gained 408, the Nasdaq up 40. America's listening to Fox News.
Bud Light wants you to watch the Super Bowl live. All you have to do is purchase 12 packs of the Bud family and look for the QR coupon inside. He dives into the end zone. Scratch and scan the QR code for your chance to become a finalist to watch Super Bowl 60 at Levi's Stadium in California. Plus, every code scanned will earn you points to redeem for Bud Light NFL gear. You want to see what a real football looks like? Don't miss your shot at the ultimate football experience in February at Super Bowl 60 with Bud Light. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
Celebrating the 176-year anniversary of American President Lines, APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S.-flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and are here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL, global presence with a local home.
Execution of President Trump is facing a subpoena from House Republicans.
House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan issuing a subpoena for special counsel Jack Smith to sit for a deposition. Smith was the special counsel in the 2020 election and classified documents cases against President Trump, which many Republicans called a political prosecution. Republicans have zeroed in on Operation Arctic Frost, which allegedly involved looking at the phone records of several GOP lawmakers. The judiciary's top Democrat Jamie Raskin slamming the subpoena, saying Republicans aren't giving Smith a chance to speak publicly, and behind closed doors they can spin, distort, and cherry-pick his remarks through press leaks. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
A major recall is underway for more than 250,000 cases of shredded cheese sold across the country.
The FDA says over 260,000 cases of shredded cheese have been recalled in 31 states and Puerto Rico because they may contain metal fragments. The recall from Great Lakes Cheese includes Happy Farms Italian Blend and mozzarella shredded cheese with specific UPCs and sell-by dates. It's classified as a Class 2 recall, meaning any health risk is expected to be temporary or reversible. No illnesses have been reported, but customers should check their packages and discard any affected items. The full list is available on the FDA's website. Matt Murphy, Fox News.
Spotify has a new most streamed artist. Bad Bunny is at the top of Spotify Rap this year, dethroning Taylor Swift, who held the spot for 2 years. Spotify users can now access their top artists, songs, genres, albums, and podcasts, as well as which artists had the biggest year on the platform. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Big news! At GTA, everyone gets the best deal. Right now, score $300 off when you grab any flagship smartphone on HBO 30 with our Live Unlimited plan. That's right, no gimmicks, no hidden hoops, just the latest smartphones, the plan you love, and a deal that works for everyone. Don't wait, upgrade today and put that $300 back in your pocket. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply.
Bud Light wants you to watch the Super Bowl live. All you have to do is purchase 12 packs of the Bud family and look for the QR coupon inside. He dives into the end zone. Scratch and scan the QR code for your chance to become a finalist to watch Super Bowl 60 at Levi's Stadium in California. Plus, every code scanned will earn you points to redeem for Bud Light NFL gear. You want to see what a real football looks like? Don't miss your shot at the ultimate football experience in February at Super Bowl 60 with Bud Light. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow a working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
7 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Portions of the program here brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And the guys take care of me, take care of you at Take Care.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Go, be on the radio now. Or soon, I don't know. It's welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. That's how we start things off. And last hour of the program, before I start thinking about packing and getting on the plane, and frankly, getting through the arduous process of peeling as much betel nut as possible, so I can take it with me on the trip to the Philippines. I won't be there that long, but still, in all, I've got to bring a taste of home with me when I go travel. So yeah, it's Manila. I'm going to go pick up Big Sister Shelley, who had a successful procedure and is ready. She was ready to come home the day after the successful procedure, but we decided to let her stay there for a little bit longer. So she's ready to come home, and so I'm going to fly out there and go grab her. Even though that should have been done by J.J. Rojas. At any rate, if you can read the thing on the screen for those of you watching on the visuals, Michelle Peer is in the studio. It's not her first rodeo, not the first time that she's been in this studio, but it's always a pleasure to get caught up and find out what
what you've been up to. We used to be able to see each other about once a week, and at the Mosa, but now you've opened up your place down in Tumon, and frankly, I never see you anymore.
I know. I don't usually head up north that far. I live in Talafofo, so it's a trek, but it's my new little station in Tumon at Akantamali.
Yeah, well, it's we were obviously there for the grand opening, a huge crowd, and it was nice. It's always interesting to me to meet friends of friends, and the diversity of the people that were at that particular event was just incredible. There's people I'm looking at. I didn't even know that Guam had those kinds of people there.
I have a lot of overlapping circles in my life. Yes.
Right. So does that contribute at all to the creative nature of Michelle Pierre?
Absolutely. Yeah, we got like the business crowd. We got our whole surf community. The creative arts. So. Yes, a diverse array of people in my life.
And they're big, and they're big circles. I mean, it's because you are a key player in many of those different zones.
I've done quite a few events over the years.
Yeah.
So, yes, I end up accumulating a lot of chat groups and things because of that, and networks.
Okay, so you've got an event coming up. I want to get to that before I get into the other touchy-feely stuff that you I know I always kind of the conversations devolve into. But you're going to be doing a thing over at Dusit, right? Dusit Place?
That's correct. I've got an art exhibit this Friday.
Okay.
So that will be from 6 to 10 p.m. And this is the first art exhibit that I am curating, so that's been a fun challenge. We had over 400 submissions. It was an open call. So all kinds of people, all ages and stages of art experience. You'll see artwork from anywhere from someone who's 9 years old to 70 years old, a beginner.
Well, of course, you had that class with the kids, over the summer.
So that's actually the catalyst behind this exhibit. So I had the Gita grant-funded program for the middle schoolers, the Creative Canvas Camp.
Yeah.
And that concluded, and the culmination of that is that they get to show their work in an exhibit. And I decided to open up the exhibit to the public and see what all artwork is out there and what kind of new talent we have emerging. And there is no shortage of talent on this island, like overwhelmingly.
What vehicle are they using to express their creativity?
Well, my Creative Canvas Camp was primarily, it was acrylic
Paints,
painting,
yeah.
yes. But for the exhibit, I opened it up to other mediums, photography, digital art, 3D sculpture as well.
Yeah?
So you'll see a lot of different things, including my painted wedding dresses. I will be showcasing those.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you're not in competition. There's no...
Oh, no.
No. But it's just an exhibit?
Yes.
Will things be for sale? Can I buy something? If I wanted to get a painted wedding dress, can I get one?
We have over 300. We have 333 pieces, I think, and most of them are for sale. Many are not, but most of them are.
Okay, so I mean, if you're looking for something, well, Christmas is coming up, and I want to say here's an opportunity to get something obviously handcrafted into underneath your Christmas tree, either Christmas yourself or Christmas somebody that you love. Because there's things that you look at. I don't know about you, but every once in a while I'll look at a piece of art and it will not. It'll trigger a feeling, obviously, but sometimes it'll trigger something like it will remind me of somebody. I'll look at something and say, this would look great in her house, or this would look great on the mantle. And so great gift opportunities if you can get the artist to part with their art.
Yes. So if they have it listed for sale, you'll be able to directly contact the artist to purchase it. We have price points are anywhere from $15 to $6,000 and up. So
you said you got 400 entries?
Over 400 submissions, and that doesn't even include my students' artwork. So yeah, close to 500, honestly, when we really tally it all together.
So I'm closing my eyes trying to imagine the size of Dusit Place. Is it sufficient for that number of?
Well, I mean, we had the GAX exhibit there before, and some other exhibits. It's a pretty sizable space, and we have all the freestanding panels as well. But I also had Marshall Pontilis, my right-hand man through all of this. He has really been my installation hero. Thank you, Marshall. He's never going to want to paint again after this. But I had him, and also the Rockland Karaoke crew. They have been stepping up, helping to build out. I had them build 13 more freestanding panels in like one day, and then they painted it over the next 2 days. And we'll also have panels put into the open hallway space, so some of the artworks will be there as well.
When does this start?
So Friday the 5th, this Friday.
Okay, tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yes, oh my God.
Have you seen a calendar, girl?
No, my list is so long. 6 to 10 p.m.
Mhm.
is our opening night. We'll have live music and we'll have complimentary wine by France Wines, etc.
Cocktails.
While supplies last, so you'll want to get there early for that.
Hint there's a couple of things that you need to know is the supplies never ever last.
Nope.
And so ponder where the pregame is and where the postgame is going to be now. The last time that we got together for anything was the grand opening of your place. So I did a little bit of pre-gaming over at the Blaze in the front before I went in.
We have a lot of cool neighbors
Yeah.
and Deuce It. There's no shortage of opportunities there as well. Of course, there's the lobby lounges and all the surrounding businesses. So, yeah, we'll have a lot of artwork to look at. You'll have some live music. We'll have Shanzi. They'll be emceeing for us.
Yeah.
And if, I understand it's December and a lot of people have other events going on and some people aren't able to make it to the opening night, though I do hope you'll try to make it happen. The exhibit will be ongoing through to January 6th. It'll be open daily from noon to 9 p.m.
Wow. That's now will you be taking new submissions between now? Oh, that's it. So what you open with is what you're going to close with.
Correct.
Wow.
But there's also the Tumon night markets on Sundays, and we'll be having live art and pop-ups during that time. So we'll have artists who will be popping up and setting up, showing their art, selling that outside on the sidewalk, as well as potentially inside in the hall space.
Okay, so when we say Deuce It Place, that's the hallway area in between the escalators on one side that I think will take you upstairs to the pizza place, California Pizza Kitchen, and then all the way out to the entrance of the aquarium,
Yes, so
right?
it's on the first floor, right next to IHOP, literally right next to IHOP, in between IHOP and Coffee Slut. And so, I call it the bridge between the Deuce-Its. So it's the space in between the two Deuce-It hotels.
Right. I know it well. And so, because sometimes that's the way it works, is you want to have gone from the outrigger
Some
to
people
the
know it
Deuce It
as
and back.
the Underwater World area, which is now known as the Guam Aquarium, which is under renovation right now. But yes, if you're familiar with that area.
Okay, gotcha. All right, how much to get in?
Free.
That's it?
Yeah, you just
No money?
show up, bring your friends and family. It's open to the public. Yes.
Okay.
Every day.
Is there a security concern that people might pocket something on the way in?
We have gallery attendants.
Okay,
and
gotcha.
And Deuce It has alerted security. This is a heightened season, so don't mess around with the artworks. We're gonna have people watching. You're on camera.
There'll be art karma coming after you in 2026 and kind of ruin things for you. So it's been an adventurous 2025.
Oh my God, it's been so crazy.
Right?
It just flew by.
So have you gone over the pictures folder in your phone to just kind of reminisce?
That has been the most fun nightmare I have been through because it's overwhelming and inspiring just with how many pieces, like there's so much talent out there. I got ideas where I was like, oh, how come I didn't think of that? Like, oh, this is so cool. How creative. People have a lot of cool ideas. So paring down 400 plus submissions down to 300 some was not easy. I didn't want to eliminate any of them. So I had a tough decision on some pieces to pare it down.
Did you say that some of this is computer generated art?
Yeah, there's digital art and some people are so talented.
Because there's digital art and art that is made with because you know who I am.
You missed out on some submissions, Ray. You could have submitted all your latest creations.
All of my AI candy.
Yeah.
So that's allowed now? Because I thought that there was, there's real artists, and then there's guys like me that will put in naughty prompts into my grok.
The way I see it, people can create whatever they want, however they want it. If people like it and want to display it or buy it, that's the prerogative of the viewer or the buyer. Even
though the creative part of the process was more text to image or text to video generation?
If I like the image, it's going up.
Wow.
I mean, it's free enterprise as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
There's no limitation on art to me. I don't feel like AI art is a threat to my art or, I understand it would be a tough call for graphic artists who make their living that
Yes,
way. But at the
yes.
same time, many of them have also been pivoting and using it to their advantage. So
Sure, yeah,
you know.
because you can come up with 5 or 6 different ideas in the space of 30 seconds, and one or all of them might be enticing to your customer.
You still have to be creative with your prompts and whatnot. And, you know, there's potential legal issues with stuff like that. But, you know, I'm not crossing that bridge right now.
Okay, so I'm relieved by your indulgence here of folks that are exploring AI in terms of chasing down some kind of art, some way to express themselves one way or the other.
I mean, I grew up in the birth of the internet, so I understand, you know, like as far as, you know, new things and change being scary and for some people a threat to their livelihoods and whatnot. So I get that, but at the same time, if you can't beat them, join them, you know? Like,
yeah.
we have to adapt and figure out new ways to be original and to showcase that it is original.
Well, so originality. So so here's the concern, I think, would be for somebody to say, you know what, I really like Michelle Pierre's artwork, but I can't afford to have her. I can't afford to commission her to do something. So I'm just going to feed AI with all these pictures of Michelle Pierre's artwork and ask it to make me one just like it.
That's fine. It's not the same. I could also sue you for copyright if it's a legit copy. You know? So that's I'm not threatened by people wanting to share or recreate my art. However, if it is a legit plagiarism or copyright, then you'll have a cease and desist letter.
Sure, it's like
know?
somebody trying to and they're doing it now with music because and this is something that was like 2-3 years ago they were doing this using AI to bring people back from the dead and have them sing new songs. There's a new song John Lennon
consciousness and whatnot. Like that's a whole another ball game.
But it's a ball game.
You know what it does though? Now, like the more that's become a thing where people are criticizing and feeling threatened by it, all it does is it lifts up the live art community because now people want to see people creating.
Yes.
So, okay, you want to see some of my digital artists who are popped up on Sunday nights sitting there with their iPad on Procreate actually drawing these things, then come and check it out.
We did that with the guy that did the painting on TV with the afro hair. What's his name? You know who I'm talking about. He says Bob Ross. Yeah, we watched them. That was live art. As you know,
shout
for
out
the
to Jackie,
for the time.
Gave me a Bob Ross chia pet. I have not planted the seeds yet, but I am so excited. I think I'm going to do that in the new year.
Yeah, at some point.
Anyone who remembers chia pets, chia.
Yeah, I think they're still out there. But that's interesting. Live
art is
art
now going to be like. Same with live music, you know, like everybody loves listening to live music. You're literally watching and listening to the musician express their talent. And the same goes for art too. Like you can watch people actually create this stuff. And so I think that's just going to become even more valuable.
Is there anybody doing it here now?
What do you mean? Like
live art? Yeah.
Oh, all the time. Yeah. People do live art.
Nobody told me.
I've done it so many years. I would do it. I've done it at Pika's Cafe. I've done it at wine events, Mosas.
I go to those. All right. So next time, just make sure I know.
There you go. In the 2-on night market, you'll see some artists. You got BJ Bell does his caricatures and stuff, and you'll see at many like arts and crafts fairs and stuff. You'll see the artists creating a little
buskering, you know, while you're watching him do a cartoon of somebody else. That feels like busker stuff.
Well, some of it can be.
Yeah,
sure.
So I get it. I've got to expand my mind a little bit too.
Get out there, Ray.
So, yeah, well, it's not so much getting out there. It's just going. You know, because when I was a kid, I liked to go to the States, and you go to these places, and they got crafty guys out there, and they're doing glass blowing and stuff like that, and they're basically making merchandise.
Right.
And I'm going, well, that's not art. That's the guy making his merchandise.
Well,
but I suppose
that's debatable. That could be,
one or the other, both
subjective.
Okay, so the next time something like that comes up, let me know. Is that something that you had pondered
come
including?
By on Sundays. That's where we're gonna have. I'm gonna allow the artists the opportunity to showcase their talents. They can set up their easels and paint supplies and stuff, or even their iPad and Procreate or whatever they're using. And you can check it out in person.
The one that's been most interesting to me, and I've threatened to go, is the guy that's throwing pottery down there.
Oh, I'm not familiar. There's so many artists, even who submitted to this exhibit, who I had never heard their name before, have no idea, like never met them, never heard of them, which that's exciting to me because it just goes to show how much talent is out there that like we haven't even heard of, or they've been too shy to submit to an exhibit or something like that.
Or in the worst case, and I don't know who's neck to grab on this one. I, a couple of years ago, was invited to something in the Fine Arts Building at the University of Guam, and they took me on a little bit of a tour of the place, and I went into where the kiln is, the kilns are, if you will, and there's a vibrant art community there of people that are making beautiful artwork out of pottery and clay, and you never see it outside.
Yeah, there's a whole community. There's like the Guam Potters Club and stuff like that.
There was like a whole warehouse that they had inside the classroom there, and there's all this beautiful artwork, and I'm going, this stuff could sell, and it would make a great exhibit of the talent that we have at the University of Guam, but it's just sitting it's just on shelves.
I threw it out there in my Instagram stories. I was like, "Dear Governor, let's turn the DFS building into a giant creative resource center, and tourists, locals, military alike can go and use the space to create. Also, little like mini pop-up vendors and whatnot. Kind of almost like a Chamorro Village, but in Tumon. Where people are walking around." Tourists like to walk around and see that stuff. Like you said, you'd be in the States or somewhere and you're walking the streets and there's live art all around. It'd be so awesome to have more of that here. And thankfully the Dusit GMs, both Dusit hotels have new GMs, and they've been so awesome and supportive through this process. They support the arts 100%. They've been giving me green lights, to also utilize the front sidewalk area, because that used to be kind of regulated before, where you couldn't just go pop up on the sidewalk as an artist before. I tried. Or they're like, oh no, you can't do that here. I'm like, well, that's no fun.
Update now. They are a little bit more.
They're trying to
open.
revamp more of the arts and deco in their hotels.
Well, we've been talking this morning about over the last few days. I think there's a lot of people, as you say. There's conversation. Tea Galleria going away. Hard Rock Cafe joining, among others. The folks over at Hafaloa, they're going to be closing down the Tumon operation as well, and obviously there's opportunities lined up in all of that, and opportunities for people to think outside the box. To which I say, never mind the box, just think about things that we can do that will be stimulating to the eyes. My idea was ridiculous. Laddie Stone made out of Legos or something like that, just something that people are going to want to selfie against once it's all built. I was thinking about, and you're old enough to remember the old Leo's restaurant with the VW sticking out of the back. We've got that pink building down
barely,
there.
Right?
Barely. There's your mom remembers. But anyway, so there were things that were visually, there was an aesthetic that we had in Tumon before.
Stuff,
but we seem to have lost that. And either the buildings just look like old buildings that have been rehabbed into something else. But it's like nobody's saying we've got an opportunity to visually do something that you can't see in Japan, you can't see in Korea, you can't see in Vietnam.
Yeah, there's artists out there willing to do stuff. It's just times are hard. People need money. A lot of artists are willing to do things, but sometimes they just can't afford the supplies to do so. There's a lot of creative investors out there, though, who will purchase supplies for murals to be done and whatnot. There's a lot of different grant funding out there. So I'm trying to help, even through my middle school programs and stuff, trying to help these younger generation kind of start early and realize that art can be very lucrative. You just have to be consistent and creative about it, and don't get discouraged by the first setback, and just look
the first time somebody says
look
no.
for more funding.
That's just the first time somebody said no. You can always ask again later on, figure out how to sweeten the deal. Read The Art of the Deal by.
I've been impressed by their ingenuity. They've been very creative, coming up with ideas that I was like, wow, that's actually quite genius. Like, if you give them a chance to actually express themselves without limiting or restricting, putting them in a box, they actually have some really good ideas.
I'm lucky you're at the forefront. We are lucky that you are at the forefront of that. I've always appreciated your passion for art and your passion for most things in general, surfing, wildlife, kids, all of that. I'm glad that you had that program. You found the grant, got kids in front of the tools that they need to express themselves. Now there's an exhibit exhibit with them expressing themselves. And at the same time, you've also got the place at Akanta Mall, which is open for wine
private
and
paint parties.
Yeah.
It's it's holiday season. If you have like visiting relatives, if you want to book a private paint party, you can go on my website creativeindeed.net. And you can just shoot me an email and request for a date. Minimum 6 people, maximum 15, because the space is quaint. And yeah, I guide people through the process, but I encourage people to paint their own image. For some groups, I will do a demo where you can kind of follow along, but my style is a lot more free-flowing, and I really like to encourage people to just experiment and try their own images, and I just encourage you to keep going, and I give tips and tricks.
So if it was us, and there is a threat that Shanzi has had from Star 101
I've been
over the
trying
last.
to get you guys scheduled in for a little while now, so we're gonna make this happen.
We're going to make it happen. So when it does, I will be there, and there will be a blank thing in front of me, a blank canvas in front of me.
Yes, all the supplies are provided, and you can come up with an image that you might like to try. If you have no idea what to paint, I have a lot of imagery to choose from.
Okay.
You can also do abstract. You can just experiment with the paint and see, how it behaves and see what happens, see what turns out on the canvas. It's fun. It's a fun process. You don't need any experience to try painting.
Should I wear old clothes?
I do have aprons. I tell people the acrylic paint will come off your skin, no problem. It does
eventually.
It does like fabric though, so yeah.
Is there generally
Don't wear your fancies.
the question that I had when Shanzi brought it up was will there be beer?
Can
I bring my own?
If it's a private closed event, so the business is not open, so you are welcome to bring your own snacks and beverages for personal consumption.
Okay, yes. So then the answer was yes. Okay, that's all. That was kind of all I needed to know, because I found that I'm generally a little bit more creative after I've gotten a little bit of lubrication in me. And
like you mentioned earlier, we have lots of awesome neighbors such as Blaze or Rockland Karaoke and Lava around at Akanta Mall, so you can also go happy hour over there and
as we say,
come over and start painting. You can also bring your snacks and stuff into the studio, no problem. And yeah, we go for about 2 hours or so, and I do a demo in the beginning. I show you some tips and tricks how to do some blending techniques and things like that.
2 hours?
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Some people, they need an extra hour. Like once you get going, like getting started is the hardest part. And people who are the most hesitant tend to be the ones that end up sitting there the longest and like, wait, I'm not done yet.
Because I don't know.
You might surprise yourself, Ray.
It would feel like an assignment. Real Joe, it would feel like an assignment to us, and we want
we're here
to
to have fun.
See who finishes first.
You're not getting graded.
Is there a template that you have? As you said, there's all kinds of sources to drive the creative juices.
You're one of those. You want the paint by numbers.
Well, a signpost or something like that. Give me a general direction to go.
Yeah, I do demos. So if there's a certain image that you want like some instruction on, I give some guidance on that. But I am telling you, the fun part is to just give it a shot. Just experiment. Do it badly. This is hopefully this is just one of many pieces that you will try creating.
Okay, so
don't put so much expectation just on this first painting.
We were talking about live art, and one of the things that's been fascinating to me, and people that I hang out with, is watching them get tattoos. Is it possible one of these days we could have a live art thing and bring in like Tattoo Shauna and have them do somebody's back tattoo or arm or leg tattoo? And
well, actually, I think in the last GAX exhibit that was held, right next door, there was like a smaller space in between the GAX space and where Coffee Slut is now.
Yeah.
And they did kind of like a tattoo pop-up thing where there were a couple people in there.
In process? You know what would be
you could watch.
You know what would be fascinating? I mean, it's fascinating now just to watch it with the technology that is available to folks like Tattoo Sean and other tattoo artists here on Guam. But would be awesome if you could bring out some OG tattoo artists from like Japan or the Philippines.
Yeah, where they got that
or the outer islands. Yeah, where they're using little pieces and tapping it in. That would be crazy. Or if we could talk my cousin Freddie Berdalio into it, maybe bring a couple of tattoo artists from the prison. to come
Okay,
by,
well,
show off how to
look
do
at you, progressive Ray.
well, I can be. I don't know. It's because and you and I, there's a thing between you and I is we get into these what if questions, and I like what if questions with you because you don't generally put a limit on anything. You just go and keep going and keep going. What's the next thing after that?
You know, and as you know, we're getting to the end of the year, and we're gonna have new word of the year coming up.
I didn't do word of the year this year. I did a phrase.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's been.
I remember your phrase.
Yeah, no. The phrase that I've got on the mirror in front of the door. It's the last thing I see before I leave. Is what did we learn?
Oh, that's not the phrase you told me last time.
What did I tell you was the last one? Do you remember?
You said "Daddy's back."
Oh yeah. Might have been. Is that last year or this year?
Because you started running again.
Yeah,
and
I
all
think it was
that.
Daddy's back.
Believe her daddy is back.
Yeah.
So what did you learn?
What did I learn? Okay, so one of the things that I did learn, and it's an offshoot of wearing a Garmin watch.
Okay.
And the offshoot of that is I've found that when there's something that happens in the office, something that happens at work, not necessarily here in the program, but if I'm facing something that is challenging, I've found that my heart rate actually goes down.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. It's like, okay, I'm not going to panic about this. I'm going to figure out what the solution is and then drive towards that. And it's hard to do that when your heart is racing.
So
and you're going.
new challenges actually reset your system in a way.
Yeah,
okay.
kind of, sort of like that. So
Awesome.
but because you never know what's going to be, what will confront you from one day to the next, and so it's important to be calm about those kinds of things.
You probably get more anxiety by not having like things to do. Like you like to be productive.
I'm similar to my mother, who wasn't happy unless there was a crisis that needed solving.
There you go. You work well under pressure. There you go.
Exactly. But yeah, Daddy's back, and that was the thing, and the phrase came back to me because at the beginning of the year I weighed 200 plus pounds, and now I don't weigh 200 plus pounds, and I'm pre-COVID weight and working on pre-COVID speed. It's a little bit trickier because I'm 5 years older than I was before
one step
COVID.
at a time.
I know it well, yeah, but it gives me the excuses while I'm in the Philippines escorting my sister back. There's a couple of shoe stores that I haven't been to yet in Philippines, so maybe it's possible come home with some new high-tech running shoes.
There we go. And you can jog through Tumon, come stop by the exhibit.
Yes, or stop by the store, Conta Mall.
Yes.
Just right in the back. What are the hours?
Book a paint party. At a Conta Mall, I don't have set hours, so I do mostly private bookings.
Okay.
And December, this has just been a little crazy through November, December with setting up for the exhibit.
Yep.
But come January, my lease is up at the end of April, so you guys are going to want to book your paint parties in the new year.
They'll keep you.
Well, I mean, this was...
Unless you found someplace you like better.
This was grant funded, so either I got to be looking for new grants or hopefully can get the space sustainable enough to stand on its own.
Or a sponsor.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Or somebody, a patron.
So book those parties, guys.
Do it. It's 9:35 in the morning, Michelle. Always a pleasure talking with you. And even though we didn't get a chance to go over some of the other touchy-feelier things that you and I will generally talk about, we'll save that for another conversation because in this case, we just want to get bodies in the Doucet Place.
Yes, come
6
see the
o'clock
exhibit.
tomorrow.
Come join us on Sundays for live art. But the opening is this Friday, 6 to 10 p.m., free admission. Come join us. Come have a good time. If you want to follow along with more info, see some of the behind the scenes I've been setting up and posting on my Instagram stories. So creative_indeed on Instagram or creativeindeed.net.
Gotcha. And are you still I mean, I know you're busy right now, but are you still taking commission opportunities?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yes.
The reason I ask is
I still paint, believe it or not.
Somewhere finding the time to do that.
For it.
So there is a painting that Michelle did for me. It hangs in a private place at my house, and with not a whole lot by way of conversation, a little bit of research that she did into my social posts and things like that. Put together it's a picture. I don't think I've got it in handy right now that I can put on the screen.
You basically gave me a 2-sentence description of what you'd like, and I kind of pick up intuitively on what you're going for and try to come up with an image that matches that vibe.
It's a beautiful sunset kind of picture of Alupat Island
Lots
over
of
at
metallics
Dunkas.
and
Lots of metallics. So
Speaking of metallics,
it pops right off the wall.
Speaking of metallics and texture, I'm actually working on a 10 by 5 foot, so 10 feet tall.
Yeah.
It would not fit in here. Painting at Doucet. I originally had planned to have it completed before the exhibit. I had a little medical setback. If people follow me on my stories, I surprisingly ended up in the ER one day, and the universe sort of pressed on the brakes for me a little bit. So instead, I've now pivoted that's going to be a work in progress throughout the exhibit.
Oh.
And I will have it completed by the closing night on January 6th. So you can come and watch it happen right before your eyes.
No pressure. No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure.
9:37 in the morning. Selfies or it didn't happen. That's what we're going to do. While Rio Joe presses the button, we find out what the big stories are from the newsroom at KUAM TV.
Buenas and Hofade Guam, I'm Jonathan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Thursday, December 4th. As lawmakers convene for their November session, they turn their attention to some of Guam's most pressing needs, from ensuring families have a place to lay loved ones to rest, to preparing the island for the rapidly evolving world of artificial intelligence. Nevaeh Anderson has more from the Guam Congress building. You can watch that story right now on our KUAM News YouTube channel. The Department of Defense has begun the process of potentially convening an economic adjustment committee to address the community impacts of the proposed enhanced integrated air and missile defense buildup in Guam. This move follows a joint letter from Guam Congressman James Moylan and Governor Lulian Guerrero urging the federal government for the EAC. Moylan's office said DoD officials confirmed the process is beginning by bringing federal agencies together at the regional level to identify resources, assess gaps, and determine information needed from the territory. Congressman Moylan emphasized that while Guam holds the responsibility of hosting the most consequential missile defense system in the Indo-Pacific, the island's civilian infrastructure has not kept pace with the military footprint. He stated that an EAC is a mechanism to bridge that gap. The last EAC for Guam was in 2015 and resulted in millions of dollars in investments for projects, including the Guam Cultural Repository, a public health laboratory, and improvements to Guam water systems in Apra Harbor. And another delay has been ordered in the long-pending sexual conduct case involving Nicholas Wayne Moore, a case that will only move forward after his separate murder trial concludes. Moore appeared before Judge Vernon Perez, while our prosecutors reiterated he's accused of having sexual intercourse with a minor in late 2016 and early 2017. But Perez made clear the case remains a second scheduling priority, with Moore currently tied up in the 2020 murder trial of Michael Castro before Judge Maria Senzon. The trial was paused after defense attorney David Lujan fell ill, discharging the jury. Moore's legal team expects proceedings to restart in January, with clarity by mid-February. Prosecutors say the off-island victim in the sexual conduct case remains in touch and is waiting for trial. The court set February 16th for the next scheduling review. Moore remains on house arrest and may leave home only for approved purposes. For more, visit KUAM.com. You can also catch the stream of our newscast on our YouTube channel or Facebook page. And to keep updated, follow KUAM News on Instagram. Jonagan Charfris, KUAM News.
Federal and U.S. postal employees and annuitants. It's time for you to choose your health plan for the coming year. Pick the health plan that offers you more choices for you and your family. Choose from an on-island network including GMH, GRMC, STA, IHP, AMC, GRC, the FHP Health Center, as well as off-island providers throughout Asia, the U.S., and Hawaii. For yourself and your family, choose Take Care during federal open season from November 10th to December 8th. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Bud Light wants you to watch the Super Bowl live. All you have to do is purchase 12 packs of the Bud family and look for the QR coupon and dial. He dives into the end zone. Scratch and scan the QR code for your chance to become a finalist to watch Super Bowl 60 at Levi's Stadium in California. Plus, every code scanned will earn you points to redeem for Bud Light NFL gear. You want to see what a real football looks like? Don't miss your shot at the ultimate football experience in February at Super Bowl 60 with Bud Light. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
Wow. So we're talking about art and paintings and pottery and AI, computer-generated art. My uncle Donovan is listening to the broadcast this morning, Donovan Brooks, and sent me a link that says, my buddy Greg Martin ran the lyrics of my song Grandkids Are Better Than a Pickup Truck through Suna, and this is the result. And he gave me the link to it. There it is, OG. And under the descriptions, it says country steel guitar, guitar after second chant, female backup vocals. And so I'm assuming that this is AI-generated music. So if I press the button, we should be able to hear it?
Yeah, should
All
be
right,
good.
thanks, Uncle Donovan. Let's see what we got.
He sits on my knee. We gotta watch some TV. Some funny Mother Goose rhyme. It cracks him up every time. And when Grandma says it's time for a nap, he buries deeper into my lap. It don't get much better than this. Grandkids are bliss. Now you can get there from here, but it won't be easy. You gotta toil, you gotta hurt, you gotta wanna make it work. It takes some
OMG. OMG is all I'm going to say. SUNO.com on the World Wide Web, and it will let you create. It will let you create. You hit it up with something. I'm assuming that that it began with the lyrics, and then you can pick out different styles, instruments, etc. That you want to have it incorporate into it. And before you know it, there's going to be a song that comes out of it, and that's just the way it is. So is anybody harmed by this? Is anybody harmed by this?
Artists.
The producers,
yeah.
Can I get this in wave form? Can I send
industry?
Can I? Well, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time. You know, we talk about the democratization of different things. You know, I'll give you an example. I mean, this is this homegrown right here, right now, and there's examples that we see of it all the time. Yesterday, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to get an answer for you. For the guy called in yesterday, it was a Bert that wanted to know how come it is that veterans aren't allowed at Camp Bloss anymore. That might be something that Charlie is going to have to nail down for you. He's got better resources and knows more people because he's Marine than I've got here. But we got Facebook and we got WhatsApps and we got YouTubes and we've got people that know how to exploit all of those things. Now, is it possible that somebody comes to me with and a perfect example is Cousin Troy when you think about it over at Candid. He's not news, but he's a citizen journalist. And that's turned into, for many people, more trustworthy source of news than anywhere else. And we're seeing that play out in the socials, on podcasts, and citizen-generated newsy things all the time. You know, do you have to have a press badge from somewhere in order to be a trusted conveyor of information and news? And I want to use this as an example. I mean, this is Point Radio, KUSG, Pika's Best, all of that. I don't have a newsroom. I have people that I take advantage of the newsrooms that are already out there. You know, KUAM and PDN and Guam Daily Post. Yeah, Candid, and pick what I consider to be the best and most interesting stories, and we'll fly with them from time to time. Plus, there's other interesting things that are out there. So I'm not necessarily newsman, commentator for sure, news source when it's important. And I know that you need facts. I know how to dig out facts. I've got the training to do all of that and have done it for many years. So I know where to get facts if I need to, if it's going to save a life or save the island like in typhoon time. But other than that, I like to consider myself just a guy from the village with an interesting job. Just happens to be on the radio, and so I'm thinking there needed to be the democratization of news and news sources. You got guys like Joe Rogan, who for some people, that's all the news that they need. If it's on that show, it was the truth. The guest was vetted, and then the guest was probed on the show looking for truth and information one way or the other. Some of the other stuff that you're seeing out there, it needed to be taken away from what was the established media. And maybe we need to do the same thing with art and music, as Uncle Donovan has found out. And maybe he's had these lyrics in his head for a long time. He's been a granddad for a long time. And maybe he's always had this in there, but could not get to a studio, could not get to a producer, could not get to the musicians that he needed to be able to breathe life into this song that he's got. Huh? So maybe it's time that we've made it easier for people to do all of that kind of thing. Now, there's going to be guys that come out and poo-poo it and say, oh, man, did you hear that bridge? Did you hear that guitar? No, it's a computerized guitar. Real guitars don't make that noise, or whatever it is that the purists are going to say about all of that. But 99% of the people that you are going to be playing that song for aren't necessarily the purists. They're not the guys that are trying to impress other artists, other songwriters, other musicians. They're just people that go, hey, that's a great song. I like that song. I'm going to play that again. There's a place on the web that you can go to. If as an example, yes, thank you very much. Is that from Phil? Awesome. Thank you, Phil. I was talking about needing to peel betel nut. My friend Phil from Venue heard me talking and said, you know, I just happen to have a bag of betel nut that's already been peeled in one of those vacuum seal bags, and now I've got one. But yeah, get AI to do that for you. That's the deal. But wouldn't it be interesting down the road if all of a sudden everybody was able to make their own CD with their own songs on it that they used AI to make, and then you get the CD burner and then you make it. There's a company that I found out in the world somewhere, and if you want to make an album, they can make. You know what the minimum order is with this company? 1. They will make you your own vinyl record from your own masters. I don't know what the cost is. I didn't bother looking at it, but I think that would be fantastic. You know, where people that aren't, you know, didn't go to Juilliard or something like that, all of a sudden have the capability of making their own artwork. You'll be able to do it with movies soon. Grok is getting to a point where the images are ultra realistic, and if that wasn't good enough, just coming out just from making the image or the video that you can do on Grok, they now have another setting where you can do an ultra enhancement, and it will take it to whatever the next level of HD is. So that in addition to the realism that you've already, and I put one up on the screen for you, but I don't think Grok will let me. I think there's things that Grok won't let me do, and then there's things that if I put it up on the screen, you'd go, oh my God, Casino Raymond. You're dirty, dirty boy. Stop that. So just leave it to your own imagination, or do like me, pay the $30 for Grok and X, and then you've always got something. I've been wanting to talk about this all morning long, and it's odd because it's a movie, and you know how little I pay attention to movies. But there's a movie that I literally am probably going to go find a way to watch. I might go to one of the theater at the mall or the one over at GPO and ask them if I can just rent the room for me, and so I can watch this movie and I don't have to worry about people making noise or talking or looking at their phones. Oh yeah, which I hate. Peace in the movie theater.
Passion of Christ?
No. Hugh Jackman, and Kate Hudson are going to be in a movie called Song Sung Blue. Hugh Jackman will play Neil Diamond.
Here we go.
In the movie Song Sung Blue. And I will watch that movie. I didn't originally like Neil Diamond.
Are you kidding?
No.
Come on, man.
So my mom was on a tear.
On the rocks,
my
man.
mom was on a tear, and whenever she'd travel, she'd come back with a record album or something like that, and she'd come back with stuff for me. She bought me a copy of. I've told this story a couple of times on the air already. You'll indulge me because I'm old. But she bought me a copy of Rod Stewart's Every Picture Tells a Story, which I just bought a new copy of on vinyl for the record player over at the house, and she thought, the guy at the record store said it was really cool and people like it. it, and so she bought it, and she didn't like it because it was Rod Stewart, and he was howling, and it was rock and roll, and Mom didn't like that. And so she went out and found a copy of a Neil Diamond album. I forget which one it was.
Ooh, September Morn.
No, earlier than that. I mean, the old stuff. I mean, back in the old Song Sung Blue age, and that kind of thing. And she bought that, and that was one of the things that she played a whole lot of on the thing. So number one, it's going to bring back some great memories of my mother. But number two, I have, as I've aged, discovered that there's a bunch of songs that Neil Diamond does that I actually like a lot. Off the top of my head, Sweet Caroline.
Yeah.
I mean, that's me and my
that's a great karaoke jam.
Yes. And then which the one everybody and the drunker you are,
the whole crowd.
Yes, the better it sounds. Me and my hiking buddies we'll go hike and then we'll go find some place where there's karaoke, and that's one of the songs that comes up there. Zombie is the other one, but that's Song Sung Blue. Hugh Jackman and Kate Hudson in the movie, and if you're anywhere near my age group and can appreciate stuff like that from that time, you'll appreciate it when it comes out. We ought to. I mean, between us and Boss 104, there ought to be a debut watching. There needs to be a party
screening,
a very special screening, right? I'll bet you. Wait a second. Which one
dressed like Neil Diamond?
Which one has got a Burger King nearby? Both of them do, right? The Micronesia Mall has one, and so does GPO.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so there's a BK in there. I'll bet we could convince Rudy Rodolfo to give everybody a blue Whopper. And fries and a soda as we go in there to watch. So I'm gonna see if we can put this together. This sounds like too much fun. Listen, I've had a good time. This has been a fun week. I don't know. Have you been having a good time in there, Real Joe? Is it crazy?
I keep coming back
every day. Every day. Program note, if I haven't told you about it before, I'm not going to be here tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. Instead, going to be Charlie Hermosa is going to be taking care of things. It's going to be fun for, I think, everybody concerned. I am looking at the calendar for next week at opportunities for a couple of guests. And one of my favorite phone guys is actually going to be in town next week. And we're checking on dates right now, and it looks like sometime after I get back, maybe the morning I return, to air, we might have a guy named, and I love his name, Lucian. Doesn't it sound like one of those characters on a vampire show?
Vampire wolf.
Yeah.
Hybrid.
Lucian, and my name for him on the phone is Lucian Nukeman. Because Lucian is the guy that came to Guam a couple of years ago. And
he knows the nukes and all the energy?
Yes, he's the guy that wants to put municipal-sized nuclear energy in places all over Guam. And I was saddened by the way he was treated, rebuked, if you will, over at the legislature. There are some members of that got their heads so far up there. I mean, I'm sorry, heads so deep in the sand that they cannot imagine a world where there is safe nuclear electricity being generated for people, even though we are surrounded by examples of safe nuclear energy. The George Washington carrier is in town. I'll put a nickel.
Yeah.
I'll give you, if that is not a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, I'll eat a bug. How many of the submarines do we have around here?
Too many.
That likewise are powered with nuclear power,
subs, China.
safe nuclear energy. That is the Nimitz. The Nimitz, for heaven's sakes, is a nuke aircraft carrier that was headed back to the States right now, and the Nimitz has been running for, I think it's older than I am.
Yeah.
And they've had nuclear electricity forever. Without any major accidents, and so the question is, why can we not harness the power of the atom here on Guam to take care of all of our generation needs? I mean, it's in my mind, it's the ultimate renewable. But there's people that watch too much television, way too much Hollywood, and just cannot see past any of that stuff to something that I think is going to be of significant benefit to the island over the long term. Yeah, we've got Ukadu. Yeah, we got all the solar fields and all of that stuff. But can you imagine being able to augment that with safe nuclear power right here in our own neighborhoods, and that would almost the word I'm going to use, I shouldn't, because I think I damn things when I do, I doom them when I do, but that would future-proof the island. If we were to start talking seriously about nuclear energy here on Guam, for all of the things that we want to do in the future, could you imagine how much more prosperous businesses would be, how much more prosperous families would be, if we were using cheaper electricity, the kind that we can get from that, cheaper, more reliable electricity from that? Can you imagine the manpower that we're going to have to train and bring in, people that understand the physics behind the creation of nuclear electricity, all of those high-paying jobs that are going to be coming out here that should rightfully be going to our kids? Wow. Just ponder that. There's a whole lot to be said about AI and the power demands of AI, data storage, data centers here on Guam that are going to need the additional electrical capacity. Lucian will be in the studio to talk about it. And then the last time that he and I talked, one of the things that was slowing us down in the conversation was the fact that while theoretically it all makes sense, it's not like you can go to Kmart and get yourself, you buy like 9-volt batteries. It's not like you can go and say, hey, listen, I'm going to need one of those. What do you got there? A nuclear reactor? I need one about the size of a, I don't know, refrigerator. Can I get something like that and have that installed over at the house?
That'll cover it.
Yeah, so we're not quite there yet. I don't think we've hit a retail space where nuclear electricity is going to be commonly available to everybody. But he's one of the guys that I'm going to be talking to next week. So if you got questions about that, by all means, shoot them to me on the meme machine, and I'll line it up so it's no surprise to him. A couple of minutes away from the top of the hour. Do you want me to take a break? Or, no, we've already done that?
Yeah, that was too long.
Just keep going.
Yeah. 1 minute? Yeah.
Crap, well, I don't know. I already put stuff away. I already put my stuff away. There was maybe not.
Are you packed already?
No. Well,
Last minute, huh?
Bro, I don't need to pack. You know why? Because I'm going to the Philippines. There's nothing that I need that I cannot get there.
Yeah, you could.
Literally at
store?
At a Watson's. at one of those places. There's nothing that I need that I can't find there. So I don't need to worry about that. Usually I just bring clothes for around the B&B and running stuff. That's all I need, because I don't know that I'm going to go any place where I need to wear long pants for the entire time I'm there. At any rate, looking to see if there's anything else here that I might have left out there. There's a new word of the year, phrase, I suppose, from Oxford's University Press. The word of the year, according to them, I don't know if you heard this yet, is rage bait, as opposed to jailbait, which is one of my favorite nicknames for one of my favorite girls. Online content deliberately designed to elicit anger or outrage by being frustrating, provocative, or offensive, typically posted in order to increase traffic to or engagement with a particular web page or social media account. Rage bait. All right, now that you know what it is, you can recognize it when you see it, number one. And number two, now you know how to use it for your own self so that you can get more people hitting your Twitter feeds or your Facebook pages or your threads on the World Wide Web. Hey, listen, I got to go. Appreciate everybody telling me to give Shelly a hug when I see her. She's heard all of those messages and seen them all, so I'm sure that makes her happy. Thrilled to get home, and we'll get that job done here in the next couple of days. I appreciate you indulging me. Yet another trip to the Philippines, should be the last one for the year. Unless they start talking Cebu. Huh. KUSG Aganya, Pika's best. This is The Point.
Plotting a path for peace. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Ukrainian officials are meeting with American diplomats this week following U.S. talks in Moscow.
Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner left a meeting with Vladimir Putin at the Kremlin this week with the impression the Russian president wants to see the war in Ukraine end.
I think I'd like to get back to dealing a more normal life. I think I'd like to be trading with the United States of America, frankly, instead of, losing thousands of soldiers a week.
But President Trump is not predicting next steps. Ukraine's top negotiator is expected to meet with Witkoff and Kushner Thursday in Miami about peace proposals.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. The Pentagon watchdog has released the finding of its investigation of the use of the app Signal by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to convey sensitive information about strikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen.
The Pentagon Acting Inspector General, after a months-long investigation, concluded Secretary Pete Hegseth Hegseth, quote, created risk to operational security, and his actions, sharing operational details before the strike was complete on the commercially available app Signal, quote, could have resulted in failed U.S. mission objectives and potential harm to U.S. pilots.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin in Washington. Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell in a statement said the review was a total exoneration of Secretary Hegseth and proves what we knew all along. No classified information was shared. Steve Cropper, the guitarist and songwriter of the celebrated Memphis backing band Booker T and the MGs, who co-wrote such classics as Green Onions, the Otis Redding classic On the Dock of the Bay, and In the Midnight Hour, has died in Nashville. He was 84. A cause of death has not yet been released. America's listening to Fox News.
From around the world,
Trey Yingst, joining us from Tel Aviv, Israel.
To Washington,
I'm Mike Emanuel.
To your own backyard. If a story impacts you or your